welcome all to the 2026 budget study session. What we're going to do tonight is all the managers will be giving their reports in half-hour increments. And Teresa, why don't we start with you? Just have some things to say, and then I have some ground rules, and Mr. Bob will go from there, right? Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. I just wanted to go over some of the assumptions that are in these budgets overall. That way the department managers don't have to go through them. So the property tax revenue is based on the current year taxable value less the taxable value of the Tollbridge parcels, because going forward those will be exempt, plus a 3% increase.
Is your mic on, Teresa?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Well, we couldn't hear. Go ahead. Go ahead. No, just go ahead. I'm sorry.
The police wages are based on the assumed extension of their contract, so 3% increase. Everyone else's wages, which is based on the TPOAM contract, and the management contract typically follows that, is 2.5% increase. The property liability, commercial and auto insurance is an estimated 20% increase over the prior year actual, not the prior year budget.
Wait, which insurances were that?
Property liability.
Property and vehicle?
And then the last thing is, just a reminder that on the budget sheets from ClearGov, the first line on the reports, and you'll find in some places departments are totaled. The way ClearGov set up this report is it actually adds the revenue and expense rather than subtract it. Know that every fund is balanced to zero, so revenue equals expenditures, except the general fund. It currently has excess revenue of just over $205,000. But the fact that they're adding revenue and expense doesn't make sense, and I've shared our concerns with that very strongly to them, so that hopefully in the near future it'll be changed. And I think that's it.
Good?
Yep.
When you read these sheets, can you just explain what they're seeing here?
Sure. So for the, public safety building maintenance, that's its own fund. It has one function, so the revenue is first. So the total revenue, you're gonna focus on the fiscal year 2027 in progress column, the second to the last column. The total revenue is $202,067. When you go down to the expense line, you can see that the total expense is also $202,067. Go to the fire operating, Bob, for a minute. So, for example, so the fire operating is a fund, but it has two departments. So you have the fire operating, and then the different departments, so it's fire operating revenue and then fire operating expense. Keep going. And then when you get down to ambulance, there's the ambulance revenue and then the ambulance expense. So if there's multiple departments in a fund, each department is together.
And when you look at these sheets, the columns, the amounts for fiscal year 26, that's the current fiscal year, the budgeted amounts. The column says amounts fiscal year 26 actual. That's year-to-date, either revenue or expenditures through.
January 31st.
So keep that in mind, that there are two additional months left in the fiscal year, February and March, that we still haven't accounted for in this column. And then FY 27 is the proposed budget, and then the difference from 26 to 27 is the column all the way to the right.
So the difference column is actually the 2026, the difference between the 2026 original budget and the 2027 in progress line, column.
So, when you talk to ClearGov about this, what did they say about adding the revenue and expense? Are we supposed to be putting expenses in as negatives? or-
Yes, well, yes, I mean, I don't even know why it's this way, and I can't believe they've never had clients that have, not made, I take that back. She did say there were other clients that made an issue about it. I said, well, you need to talk to the president of the company and change this, because that's not how things work in the accounting world. You take your revenue less your expenses, because adding them together shows us really nothing. You want to know what the difference is.
Yeah, all right.
So,
All right, thank you all. Let me tell you what the ground rules are. Bob and I went over these first, but I'm sorry, we're gonna go over them for everybody here and the people at home. Now, the people at home, they deserve only a 4-hour meeting. My reason for stating that is one time we were here till midnight, and that's not gonna happen. Everybody's gonna get a half-hour total, 20 minutes to give, 20, 25 minutes. I'm gonna tell you when you're about out of time, and when you're out of time, you're out of time. We've gotta stay on schedule. The people deserve that, we deserve that, the managers deserve that. And I also wanna let the board know, if there's any questions that you have that aren't really pertaining to the change or the budget itself, we're gonna have to give that at another time. We've gotta keep this meeting within the half hour, not only for us, but as I stated, anybody that's watching. So anybody that's watching right now, I'm just gonna give it real quick. The fire will be at 6, in case you wanna come back later to listen. Bob, can you move over? You're a big boy. Just a second so I can read that behind you. The rec will be at 6:30. Airport 7. Community development 7:30. The PD will be at 8. The clerk will be at 8:30. The bridge, the toll bridge, and general fund at 9. And then Derek is at the end with the DPS. So what we're going to do is try to stay on track. Bob, you're up. And I'm sorry to cut into your time already. We already did that, but we'll try to squeeze you in some here. So it's yours.
No worries. Good evening, everybody. So everybody's got the proposed 26-27 budget in front of them. I'm gonna start with page 1. Public safety building. This account is a joint account with PD and FD. It earns revenue from lease agreements from the cell phone towers, and then we also put a portion in out of our budgets each year. The biggest change for this budget in 26-27 is going to be the purchase of our public safety building generator that everybody's already aware of. Does anybody have any questions about any line items under this account for the public safety building?
No.
No? And just an update, we should be receiving that generator. That project should be starting in the end of April. So, moving on to page 2. It's going to be the fire operating fund. Now this is a millage funded, dedicated millage. Okay. Not too many changes on this. We did increase some, we budgeted for an increase on salaries, both part-time and full-time.
Can you go to 2, Bob, on the screen for the people?
I'm sorry,
Is it?
thank
That's
you.
all right. No, that's
There
okay.
you go, line 2, or page 2.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Those are the biggest changes on here.
All right.
There's the increase in health insurance, obvious stuff like that. Anybody have any questions, anything on this page, page 2? We haven't paid into the annuity yet for the 25-26 budget year yet. So you'll see that as a 0 on there.
All right.
Page 2, any questions on page 2? Okay, then I'll move on to page 3. Let me know if I'm going too fast for anybody,
Oh,
okay?
no, you just keep rolling, sir.
Okay. Again, I didn't make any significant changes. If we didn't spend all of what we budgeted for 25-26, unless there was a significant reason, I didn't change it. The projection for next year unless there was a reason for me to believe that we wouldn't be using it.
Pardon me, are you saying you didn't change that you're using last year's numbers again, or did you adjust them some way?
Yeah, unless there was a significant reason why we didn't use it or aren't gonna use it again next year. I just left it the same,
Okay, got it.
okay? Primarily the training stuff. I don't know how that's gonna be from year to year. I ended up paying nothing for training in the last fiscal year, so I'm not gonna expect that next year, but I hope for it. That's page 3. Any questions on page 3
Hey, Bob, do you
Yeah.
want Teresa to explain the accounting on the ambulance?
for the revenue?
Well, just
You're talking about the 400,000?
Yeah, just how she does.
So the purchase of the ambulance, that's in the fire equipment fund.
No, the line item for ambulance, just
Oh,
above.
the 400,000, like I mentioned at the beginning, it will add sections, it will add the revenue and the expense.
Oh.
That's the way this report, that's
Yeah.
how it generates.
Okay, my apologies, I thought
Oh,
it
that's
was
okay.
the other part.
I know it's,
Right.
it was hard to get used to that because that's not the norm. So if you look below the 400,000, you have the total revenue is 200,000. And the total expense is 200,000, so that department is balanced.
Yep.
Gotcha, thank you.
Yep.
And you may notice that under ambulance service fees, that number, again, we're 2 months behind. We still have 2 months of billing to do for that, so we expect that number to come up.
So you have 4 months of billing, or you're 2 months behind?
2 months, so we have February and March.
February, March, gotcha. All right.
Moving down the list there, does anybody have any questions on page 3? Okay, moving on to page 4. Again, there's not too much significant changes for the next budget year.
Would
The
you,
big- go
would
ahead.
you
Sorry,
tell us,
Kevin, go ahead.
would you tell us what the reserve capital for capital improvements is?
Are you talking about this line here, the 129,500?
Correct. Yes.
Is that for that ambulance, Teresa?
What number?
That
No.
reserve?
The 976, 651,976, second to last line item,
129.
129,500.
129,500.
I think that's a number that you put in there, Teresa?
That's the difference between the revenue coming in and the expenditure, so we actually have excess revenue. So in order to show a balanced budget, we put that excess revenue in reserve for capital improvements because it's going to roll forward, it's gonna be included and added to their fund balance, and going forward.
But there's no capital improvement plan for this year, coming year?
A capital improvement plan? We have a capital improvement plan.
No, there's no capital improvement coming for 26, 27 budgeted at this time.
But we're sticking to
There's
the
capital
budget right
improvement.
now.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
There's capital improvement.
For the coming year.
Yep,
Okay.
it's gonna be in the equipment fund.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions on page 4? Okay, moving on. Okay, this is the fire equipment fund. This is also a dedicated millage fund. This is the fund, the millage that is going to be, is up for renewal this year. Again, it's just a renewal. It's dedicated funds to purchase all of our equipment. Okay? This year's going to be a good year for equipment. I budgeted for, let me get you to the right line item here.
Good year means to spend or save, Bob.
Good year means they got more new equipment.
So hopefully we'll be selling our aerial. This is that price here. We'll be selling an ambulance, so that'll be revenue that we didn't see last year. I budgeted for, let's see here, expenditures. Oh, I'm not on that page.
Do you want me to
Am I missing a page?
list them?
What's that?
Me to list what you budgeted for?
I know what they are. I just don't see them on here, Teresa. Am I missing it? So I
Well, it's
budgeted
under
$100,000.
expense, but the detail doesn't show up on
Okay,
here.
Details
I know it by heart.
Yeah, she's got the
Okay.
detail, you, Yeah, go ahead.
So I budgeted for $100,000 for a diesel exhaust gas removal system for the apparatus bay in the fire department. We're probably one of the last fire departments probably in all of southeast Michigan that doesn't have this. It's a huge health concern. I'll be presenting that to the board in the I believe the April meeting. I'm preparing the RFPs for that now. I do have quotes on it, but I'm budgeting for that, $100,000 for that, $4,000 for an inflatable rescue boat that we just trained on through our ice rescue training course. It's a phenomenal piece of equipment. It's a game changer for ice rescue. So.
So is this all budgeted under the equipment purchase line 986.000? It's got 2.2 mil allocated.
Equipment purchase, yes.
Okay.
That's gonna be that
All right.
line item.
I think what was, and I saw that as well, Kevin, it looked like you guys defunded all the equipment purchases, but it actually looks like they got consolidated under this specific line
It's
item.
all in one, I believe,
Okay.
yeah.
And then the aerial's in that number too, I believe.
The
Yeah.
new aerial.
The new aerial, we
'cause
haven't
you
paid
can't-
for yet. Yep,
Okay,
Yeah,
Teresa was saying you can't put it in until you take delivery.
yep.
All right, that makes sense then.
So, but our ambulance, we put a down payment on that, but we still have that to purchase too.
Ye-
The new ambulance
Yes,
is coming
I
in
got you.
April,
Okay,
okay?
yes, sir,
Those are our big purchases, those are our big changes for the equipment fund.
got it. Good.
Any questions on page 5?
None for me.
So the maintenance, maintenance, special equipment, maintenance grounds,
Yep.
is that housed somewhere else? Is that on another line somewhere?
So we have multiple maintenance grounds
Okay, that's what I
line
thought.
items.
Yep,
Yeah.
okay.
We try not to scatter them over all of them.
Nope, I'm good.
Right,
That
okay.
makes sense. Thank you.
No questions?
We're good.
Thank you
Any-
very much.
Any
Kevin,
cuts, any cuts to your budget this year? That wasn't, any, have you
for
taken
next
any-
year?
Yes, for next year.
No cuts.
Okay. And what's the total increase for the budget for the police department? Or fire department, I'm
for
sorry.
the fire operating or fire?
Both, please.
Fire operating, the increase in the budget is $132,222.
Okay,
And a lot of the increase in the wages is because of the growth in the volunteer fire department during the current fiscal year. Now we're seeing the full effect of that.
Just to clarify, the revenue is projected to increase by $132,222. But of that $132,222, $129,500 is going to the reserve for capital improvements. So if you're looking for the net increase in potential expense, I don't think that's necessarily representative of the net increase in expense.
and that's the operating? you're
Yes,
saying?
operating.
And what was the,
Equipment.
equipment number? And did you move the 187, that was for the generator is on operating?
No, that's in the public safety. That's
in
page
the-
1.
On the
Page
first
one.
page.
All right.
Yep, that's
Yep.
solely out of the public safety.
So that
Building.
187 was moved from last year into this year?
Yes.
Okay. And then the equipment fund, how much is that up this year?
The public safety building or the fire equipment?
Fire equipment, please.
The fire equipment has an increase of $191,992. And a lot of that is the extra things, that capital items that are gonna be in
The
this,
equipment
that are
that
in
you're
this budget.
purchasing
Correct.
in this next year.
26, 27, correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's just-
Good? Okay. All right, any other questions for Chief Roscoe?
I've got one small one.
Go ahead.
Sure.
We're looking at the gas and oil, and it is currently 6,000 and planned to be 6,000 next budget. Gasoline and oil
No.
go up and down in
that's
price a lot.
this.
So how do you adjust for that?
So I didn't, that's exactly what I meant when I started. If I budgeted for 6,000, and you can't see the previous years on the screen, these go all the way back to 2022.
You're right.
Sure.
So I looked at all the years, and they were consistently around the $6,000 mark budgeted per
For
year.
all these years.
So I just left it at that, even though we only spent 1,500. You don't know what the price is gonna be, or, so.
Do you have a contract, somebody will bid on to supply you with gas at a specified price for the year, or,
No, we pay à la carte per trip.
okay?
So, and then, if we have an issue with, for example, when we had the bridge closure and we were gonna have, trip issues with poundage and all that, we wanted to make sure we can get, smaller loads, multiple trips kind of thing.
Sure.
So Kevin, just to clarify, the revenue in the equipment fund is 95,996.
95.
996.
Did I answer your question? You good, Bill?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry, it didn't wave hard enough.
Anybody else? Any other questions?
No, we're good if you are, sir.
7 minutes left.
All right.
All right.
Thanks,
Well,
Bob.
thank you, everybody. I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. Hey, Zaid, unfortunately, I have to go over the same thing. The managers obviously come, half hour or whatever before. The only changes we're doing this year is you get about 20 minutes, 25 minutes. I'll let you know we want to stay on track for the people that are watching, so they know what time the different departments are going. So you're up. I mean, if you want to come on up, we can. So again, we had the luxury of getting a little in-depth with our meetings with you, Zaid. Not all the board members were there, obviously, but some of us were. So just hit the highlighted parts, the changes, the overall numbers, and if you can get that in, 20, 25 minutes, that would be great. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Zaid.
So we're gonna start with, block grant, so department receives, money through the community development block grant each year for Wayne County. So we normally.
Is your mic on? I'm sorry. It doesn't sound like it. Thank
Hear me
you,
now?
sir. Thank
Okay.
you.
So we get money from the Community Development Block Grant each year. Normally, we get $20,000 for senior services, which is senior transportation, and then we also for any kind of senior events. But I do kind of want to mention, you'll see kind of larger numbers for fiscal year 27, like the 227,000. That's to cover the costs, just to show we are not paying, but it's just to show the cost of the pool allocation for our pool house renovation. So Teresa wanted us to kind of just have it reflected in the actual budget, but it's not coming out of our actual budget. It's just showing in our budget. So we got $650,000 for the pool house grant. And then essentially they're doing most of the work before the end of this fiscal year. So the $227,000 is essentially what they're going to be spending for the rest of the project, because it should be done in about mid-May. So that's what that number is showing. But as far as the monies for the senior transportation, like you see the 16,000 for the senior that pays for our senior transportation driver, and then our senior citizen activities, which is our senior bingos and luncheons. That extra monies covers that. And then, when you have any questions with our block grant fund?
Can I ask,
Yes.
the money from the block grant money is through Wayne County?
Yes.
Okay,
Correct.
so Wayne County is funding it or passing the money through to us?
No, so, well, they passed the 20,000 to us, but the money from the pool house, they pay the contractors themselves. It doesn't come through us, the money.
No, I'm asking, is it federal money or is it Wayne County money, do you know?
I
It's
believe
federal.
it's federal money.
Through HUD.
Through the county.
Yeah.
Okay.
So HUD gives a chunk of money to Wayne County, and Wayne County then distributes it to its member communities.
And so it's an accounting requirement that even though we're not spending the money and then they're reimbursing us, we are receiving a benefit. So it's an in-kind receipt and expenditures. So the value of that pool house is gonna go up $227,000. So we have to record the in-kind revenue and the in-kind, expenditure to show what we received.
Is that what the township board line is for? What's the 228,500 township board?
It's just an erroneous title.
Is it?
What did I do?
Township board, the title township board in this
Oh,
report
yeah.
is just a
Well-
erroneous.
Yeah, sometimes there's some universal, department descriptions, that I'm still fine tuning, so.
Yeah, it's new.
And that's a common one, just to say town, that just means it's a general expense.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so we can go to page 2, which is Centennial Farm. Not too many changes. The one thing I do want to talk about is the rent income building. You see how there was a drop, $3,500. So we got about 6,000 this year. We didn't get as many people renting Centennial Farm. And then at the same time, I wanted to be safe with our number because we do have another rental facility opening on Macomb Street this year. So I wanted to make sure to take account if they're utilized for birthday parties or weddings or different things like that, that could potentially take away revenue from us. So that's why that dropped a little bit. And then when we go down to the expenses, maintenance and repairs is one that I dropped. Frankly, we don't have any as many repairs that we need to do at the farm, so I was able to drop that, and I wanted to reflect a little more of what it was the previous year. And then reserve for capital improvements, we have at 47,000, and we have that in there to level out the budget, but also just so we have monies put aside for any future projects over the next few years, kind of like that 5 to 10 year plan. If a roof leaks or something breaks, we need to make sure to have money put aside to fix anything there. So that is page 2. Everything else is pretty standard. And then if we go to page 3, let me make sure there's a couple things I highlighted on page 3. So one thing, the lease income, if you notice, it's $3,300 less. That's to reflect because we are not planning for our new tenant to come into the restaurant and probably until about May. So that's to reflect that that month of April that we're not going to be collecting rent. And then if you also see, we have $27,798. That's because of our previous tenant moving out in November and the months that we didn't collect rent from not having a tenant in the building.
All right.
And then if we go to expenses for grounds and maintenance, Teresa, did you want to speak about the insurance and bonds a little bit? Just because that's. Oh, okay. Just wanted, because that's just one thing that did go up a little bit, but I just wanted to make sure everyone understood that. The maintenance and repairs, that's one that dropped as far as expenses because of the, just kind of reflecting what we spent last year. And then if we go to the marina.
Hold on.
Yes.
Just so I understand something. The grounds and maintenance are for Bellevue and West River, correct, on this one? Not the farm or the farm?
No, this is not the farm. This is for like Water's Edge Complex.
That's what I meant?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep.
So on the first line where it's almost 600,000 higher, was that the pool house, or what is that first line for the recreation department? 593,838?
593,838. Are you on page 3, Mickey?
The top?
Yep.
She's talking about the very top line of the top of page 3.
All the way to
On
the
the far
right?
right.
Yeah.
Recreation.
isn't that the same thing we were
Yeah, it's an addition.
talking about, Teresa?
Yes.
So it's the what?
Remember what Teresa was talking about, the revenue and expenses?
Okay, so it's not a real,
Well, no.
okay,
I don't wanna say it's a real number, but yes,
Okay.
correct. No, it's not.
thank you.
We don't need to. That's correct.
Okay. So then on, lower down on, page 3 with the marina, one change you'll see is our summer dockage, did increase because of our numbers last year. So I just basically made it reflect what we made last year. Our winter dockage stayed the same. So then if we go to expenses, it actually starts on page 4 for the marina. There's a couple of changes. Maintenance and repairs, we dropped a little bit just relative to what we had spent the previous year. And then the principal pay bond. So a few years ago, before my time, we had a bond, and it was to fix Pier 4, the Pier 4 dock at the marina. This current fiscal year, the 25-26 fiscal year, was the last year we had to pay the bond. So that's why you don't see it on for our budget for this coming fiscal year. So I just wanted to make sure to highlight that portion. But everything else stays relatively the same.
So the marina has an operating transfer out of $98,000.
Yes, it does.
So I assume that's just consumed in other rec.
Yes, it's just
Areas.
to level out the rest of the rec budget, yes. Okay, so
Curious.
then,
So the marina's doing well.
Yeah, the marina's doing well, but it looks like we're using it to subsidize other portions of the rec budget.
Yeah, they are. That's exactly what he's doing.
so then when we go to recreation and just general revenues, some changes, our van service, there is a significant increase this past year. Our senior transportation driver has done a very good job. So that was quite a large increase, so we've increased our budget, our revenue budget, to $15,000. You see a drop in summer camps. I kind of overshot the previous year for $30,000. But what I tried to do is level it out a little bit this year at $20,000. And luckily this year, we're going to have an extra week, just with how the summer lines up and everything. We're going to have an extra week of summer camp. So we should have pretty good numbers for our summer camp this year too, as far as revenue goes. Let's see what else. Our general adult and our senior programming, we've added a lot of adult and senior programming. So that's why that number has jumped up. The general youth is a little bit low, but we do have a lot of programmings and events that are going to be happening in March. And we actually just had an entire session of our after-school classes just finished, so that's going to be jumping up as well shortly. And then as far as expenses go, so there is a little bit of a change. If you see with the salaries part-time regular and the salaries part-time temporary, why there's that change, where you see there was 65,000 spent, but then we had 99,000 budgeted out. It's because there were certain part-time employees that were not being paid out of that fund, like some of our summer camp employees, where now we fixed that and they're going to be paid out of that fund now. So that's all fixed now. That's why you see with our part-time temporary, it's back down to 10,000 instead of we had spent 34,000. So all of that is going to be absorb those summer camp counselors into that salary part-time regular. And then if we go to page 5, one thing I do want to highlight on this, everything else is pretty standard, but the bank charges, 208-751-729-100, you see $12,000. When citizens used to sign up for programming with us, we were taking on the credit card fee, the 3% charge. So on September 1st of 2025, what we ended up doing is we passed that charge on to citizens. So that's why you see the drastic drop in expenses from the bank charges this year, because we were accruing about $12,000 in bank charges from just credit card fees. So now it's just pretty much how it is anywhere, a restaurant, gas station, people, you know, you just, if you're using a credit card, you're gonna pay that 3% fee. We haven't had any kickback or pushback from it, so it's, seems to be pretty good with everybody, so,
Follows the standard if you use a debit card.
correct.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
yep. And then if we go down, general youth dropped a little bit. So I do want to explain that with general youth, we didn't start after-school programming in the school till a little bit later this year, just because of construction going on in the elementary school. That's where we do most of our general youth after-school programming. We hire school teachers from the Groseville School District to teach these classes. So we weren't able to start till a little bit later this year, till about October-ish. So that's why the number is a little lower than kind of expected, but at the same time, like what we're spending, you know, that's the general youth is where we pay those instructors out of too. So that's why that number is also lower relative to kind of what our revenues were too. Maintenance and repairs, I dropped a little bit. I just kind of wanted to make it somewhat more relative to what we had spent the previous year. And everything else kind of stayed the same. Education and training, I did move up a little bit to another $500, but everything else kind of stayed the same. So if we move to page 6, just go ahead.
Hey, can I ask a question on the, so
Yes.
the general youth that you have at the school districts,
Yes,
is that, I noticed a lot of kids sign up for that, that's in the school.
yes,
You guys take the money, make sure the class is on. So
Yes.
it is a benefit to, say, kids that may not need like after school.
yes, it really helps because the classes all start like right after school. So it helps parents out and then it gives kids something to do and then they're not having to, they can stay right at the school. So a lot of these kids, the teachers will come and get the kids from the class and they'll bring them to their classroom. So it's kind of a win-win for us and the schools.
So, and we make a little bit of money doing it.
Yeah, we make about 30% of the profits doing it, so,
Thank you.
yep. So if we go to page 6, what I want to go over is the golf fees. If you see, there is a large jump in that number. So the previous year, we did very good on the golf course as far as our golf fees went. And then also, our every couple of years, I raise our golf prices either by $1 or $2. So our golf fees are going up about $1, and I think it came out to about like 9% or 9.3% that it's going up this year. So that $97,500 is just reflective of what we potentially will be making on the golf course this year for just regular golf fees, someone coming on and just playing a regular round. And then the range balls is the same thing. We did really well on the range last year, and then the range, a range token is going to be going up $1. So that number is reflective in the 44,000 as well. And same thing with the power carts. Power carts is going up $1. We did get new power carts last year, like much better versions of the ones we've had in previous years. So that one went up $1,000 as well.
Are you expecting any kind of a drop or decrease in usage due to the prices going up?
No, it's still much lower than most courses around. And then we're also going to be implementing a new app called Golf Now, which essentially it helps the course become a little more regional, where you can go onto the website and you can check what courses are open. Because right now people basically just call in and say, hey, do you have a tee time available? Where now if someone wants to play in Wyandotte or they want to play at Riverview Highlands and it's all booked up, they can go on this website and they can look at the times that are available at Water's Edge and different things like that. So I think our numbers should actually kick up a lot because we should be getting a lot more people off island coming and playing on the course.
Very good. Thank you.
Yeah.
What do you charge for a round? Is it 9 holes?
9 holes is $16
Okay.
this year, and then 18 holes is $22.
22.
And that's for just regular, yeah.
That's just for.
That's just like for adults, and then seniors is a little lower,
Okay.
yeah.
And how do you charge for the range using?
Range is $8 a token.
And that's for bucket of balls.
Yeah, bucket of balls,
Thank
yeah.
you.
So if we go to expenses, the one big change you see is the part-time temporary. So we did spend 42,000. Our golf course was open a lot later last year. It was pretty mild fall, so we were able to keep the golf course open till about mid-November. We just kept getting people to come in and play. And then it is up at 47,000 this year because our pro shop staff was making $13 an hour, and due to the minimum wage increase, we had to bump their pay up to $14 an hour. So that $47,000 is reflective of our staff now making $14 an hour. So that's where that jump is. Okay, and then if we go to page 7. A lot of these are just relative to what we paid the previous year. Seed, sod, fertilizer, kind of relative to what we paid the previous year. So our expenses are a little lower. Maintenance and repairs is the same thing, it's lower. And equipment rental is the same idea. It's just kind of relative to what we paid last year. So there's not too much change other than that. And then, yes.
Do you guys try to take advantage of, I've seen that, like when you purchase fertilizer, if you purchase it like well in advance of the season, you get better pricing.
Yeah, we normally buy in bulk too. We do the same thing with our salt as well. Normally when we buy salt, we actually work with DPS and we buy salt together a lot of times, and it helps us save costs on things, so, yeah.
Okay, good, thank you.
What does Davy Chemicals, what do they do for the golf course?
They like fertilize the golf course, and they do it a few times a year. They'll do it in the winter as well. That way, when the spring does hit, the grass, we're not kind of trying to play catch up as far as the grass growing and being flush when people start to come and play golf.
And so they're putting chemicals on. Are you putting chemicals on too, or?
No, they normally do. They normally handle them putting the actual chemicals on the course. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so then we can go to the pool on page 7. Not too many changes. The pool fitness, that's one thing. So you see there's no line for it now. What I've been trying to do is, we had all these budget lines for all these different adult activities. So I wanted to just condense all of them into general adult and senior programming. So that's what we're going to be doing this year. I talked to Teresa about it. So our water aerobics, that's what the pool fitness is. That's now just going to be reflective in our general adult fund instead of just its own separate pool fitness fund. So then if we go to expenses for the pool, not too many changes. Our maintenance and repairs is 15,000. It's just kind of reflective of what we spent last year, but we probably won't be spending as much because last year we had a couple things we had to fix in our pump room, some emergency fixes. We just had some kind of old equipment in the pump room that kind of just went out last year, like right at the beginning of the season, but we got that stuff fixed. So that's kind of just a cautionary number for maintenance and repairs. I don't expect us to have too much stuff that we need to fix at the pool this year. And then permits and monitoring went up a little bit just relative to the costs of permits and monitoring to the pool, so we have it at $2,000. And then the top of page 8, we see the festival for Island Fest, and the numbers are just pretty much relative to what we made the previous year. And but what I do expect with our revenues, the carnival rides, games, and entertainment, we actually have a contract worked out with the carnival company where we make a portion of the ticket sales, and that's where you see the carnival rides, games, and entertainment, the amount that we made at $33,000. The cost, the daily cost is actually going to be going up, I believe, $3 to $5, something around $3 to $5 for the actual carnival per day. So that number should take a pretty solid jump up. So that should be nice to see.
Hey, Zaid, is there any expenditure captured here in Festival for the 250th anniversary?
No, that would be something outside of the festival. We would
Okay.
have it, but I
This is
believe
exclusive to Island Fest.
we did talk about something.
But I think it's elsewhere.
Yeah,
Yeah,
putting it
okay.
elsewhere. Yeah.
So so I'm looking festival,
Yes.
and it says Island Fest, $197,000.
Well, remember, that's the combination of the revenues and expenditures.
Yeah.
So your cost is going to be how much?
So we have our expenses at 91,823, and then we have our revenue at 92,519. But I do believe our revenues are going to be quite a bit higher than that because of the cost of the tickets going up. I believe it's about, like I said, $3 to $5 per ticket, where they were $25 before. They're going to be $30, and that price is set by the carnival company. We don't have any say in the actual price of the carnival tickets. So just that alone is gonna raise our revenue coming in for the carnival rides, games, and entertainment. So
Okay,
So-
thank you.
Also, keep in mind with the Island Fest expenditures right now, they've already started purchasing supplies and some various expenses for the upcoming Island Fest. And one of the things that I do at year end is I look at the costs that were incurred basically from June of last year till now, because they're actually for the next fiscal year, and I move them to prepaid expenses to remove them from the expenditure, and then on April 1st, they go back in, so that they're in the proper year.
So you just rebucket? Right, you're just rebucketing?
Yeah.
Okay.
and then, we did have a line item, the reserve miscellaneous expenses. We just weren't using in previous years, so Teresa just remove it out of the line item for Island Fest. That's where you see that 8,000 for expenses taken out because we just weren't using it. But yeah, other than that, that is pretty much everything for the budget. If anyone has any specific questions.
So you have special cultural events under the festival for 20,000? In the middle of the page.
That's the
831,
profit from the
0506.
liquor sales
I'm sorry, I didn't hear
during,
you.
that's our share from the liquor sales during Island Fest.
Okay, and that's what we make as a township? Okay, and that's not included as part of the total, or it is?
It is. It's
Okay.
included in the 90,500.
All right. Okay. And there was a special cultural event on another page, same thing? I think I saw it somewhere else.
The other special cultural events is just
So
like,
the special cultural events are under expense, and the special events in the revenue, that's what we just, I just clarified.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Zaid, excuse
Yes.
me if you already answered this, but the contribution sponsorships
Yes.
minus 10 grand that you're going down in, did you?
yes, it's just hard. It's become harder to get sponsorships these days. Even me with the golf course trying to find sponsorships, it's just more difficult in general. I understand people just, don't have as much willingness to donate as much as they used to. So that's why we kind of leveled it out the way we did this year.
Do you get some just from businesses around here, or?
We do, yeah, and I've reached out, and I actually have spoken to Priority Waste about doing quite a large donation, and I should hear back from them within the next 3 weeks or so about donating to Island Fest and potentially also to the 250th anniversary. So,
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
any other questions?
I was going to ask for the money that you're setting aside, your capital improvement program, is that multi-year, and do you have a rough idea of how much you need to spend each year?
It is multi-year. I don't have a rough idea specifically as far as what needs to be done, but it's more so along the lines of like the money I put aside at Centennial Farm. I'm kind of looking at what we haven't done yet and what could potentially be needed to be fixed, like the roof, for example. That's why I said, okay, well, 47,000 plus, 3%, kind of like what we had mentioned in that sheet I had sent you, trying to put anywhere from 3 to 5% aside each year.
Okay.
But yeah, everything I'm doing is like a multi-year plan. I want to make sure that we have money set aside to fix things, because there's definitely some things we still need to fix. We have kind of an aging infrastructure with a lot of the things we have still, so,
Thank you.
yes.
Zed,
Yes.
in this planning that you do you go to a contractor and ask his opinion of what it would cost? How do you determine your future projections for the reserves?
As far as like for the roof and that different kind of stuff?
The roof or whatever, it could be whatever you need over a fence or.
Well, if it was that kind of stuff, I would kind of look back at if we had fixed a fence or did it stuff like that. But right now, it's kind of a general idea. But what I'm trying to do is just put a specific amount of money aside relative to like how much we're bringing in. So like 3 to 5% from Centennial Farms, and kind of with the restaurant, with our rent and that kind of stuff, putting aside 3 to 5%, just so over the years it can build up, so that I know we have kind of
You
like
got
a
some kind of a
stockpile.
savings.
Yes, exactly.
I might be able to help you project those costs. I'll have to go back in my memory and look.
Okay.
And just as, what I'm looking for is Marshall Swift. If you can remember that for me, it would be.
Marshall Swift, okay. Definitely.
It's a device that you use to determine a building's replacement cost.
Okay. Awesome, that would help. Anyone else?
Anybody this side? Nothing? This side? Nothing?
Last page is blank, so
Yeah,
All right. Zay, thank you very much.
no problem. Thanks, guys.
thank you.
Good luck with everything.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
I thought I did.
Teresa, could you explain to the folks that are watching that when ClearGov is populated with all this information, people will be able to go in and look at it and
Yeah.
drill down and see
Oh, that's where
what's more information?
So, once we have the final budget book, which I did actually print off a copy earlier today, the full budget book currently is 400 pages. And it has a lot more detailed information, more analytics and everything, and that will also be available on to the public as well.
And it'll be online
Yes.
for them to look at? Okay.
Janelle, are you all set?
I'm all set.
Okay,
Are
you
you
can
guys all set?
Airport can start.
Hello, good evening, everyone. I have 4 different departments that I'll be going over. The first we're going to talk about is the Brownfield Authority. And just a couple of things to note on here is we have the professional services of $20,000, and that's going to be for, we're in a position where we get to update our Brownfield redevelopment plan this year. So we should be going out for an RFP for that in the next couple of months. So that was a rough estimate on some consultants that I had discussed, and it should be enough to cover that. The other thing that you'll notice is that we have an administration fee that you'll see going into the Commerce Park. for administrative cost, as this is an expenditure here, but it'll be a revenue in the Commerce Park, which you'll see later. And this is to cover cost for administration fees in order to do the brownfield redevelopment plan and to continue to do permits for our stormwater prevention pollution plan and other infrastructure stuff. So the other thing to mention is there was an allocation for a conference workshop last year. That was actually a gift from the DCC. They had asked me to go to that conference, and that's not projected to happen this year, at least not that I know. You'll notice that the tax recapture here has gone up about $15,000 from the previous year, which would be the revenue from the 198 for the original budget of 177,000 of $15,530. So that continues to go up as that tax recapture.
Janelle?
Yep.
And I know I'm kind of going against what I said in the beginning here, but I think this is important because I've gotten so many questions. On the brownfield captures only, so that people understand, it's only of the individuals in this area here.
Correct.
Or go ahead, you can explain.
Yeah, it's
Go ahead.
only the individuals here on the airport and then the Commerce Park.
And across the street.
Correct.
I wanted to make sure that was clear because they didn't see that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. Any other questions on the brownfield?
No.
So as I mentioned, so the airport, you'll see it's broken down into 3 different categories: fuel farm, the airport, and then the Commerce Park. So moving along, in the fuel farm revenue, we had a drop in sales this year from the retail sales, and it was mainly due to the units sold declined from last year, primarily due to the Jet A reduction in sales. So it actually just impacted the overall fuel volume performance for the year. And you'll notice later on that I think that the other thing that caused that was the actual price of fuel. So the price of fuel, the volume, all of that combined changed the revenue income. But this year, so we're gonna budget for conservatively due to the volatility in the pricing and fuel sales this year. So, but we always keep in mind to keep competitive pricing with the other airports that are in the surrounding area. And we'll make adjustments due to that as the best that we can. The expenses, you'll notice a change in the part-time temporary. Since I've been here, I've realized that we don't need to have two full-time people in the FBO. We don't have a lot of sales or people coming in and out of the FBO during the winter months, so there's really no reason to pay for staffing during that time. You'll see that most of our reason for employment are pretty much 8 to 9 months out of the year, but we still have that 2 to 3 month lull. So we don't need people in the FBO all winter long either. But we need retention for good employees at the FBO because it's a very unique craft in order to be able to move planes in and out, fuel aircrafts, and so on and so forth. So we're very blessed to have the staffing that we've had over the past couple of years. And as mentioned, obviously the price of fuel had gone down because we hadn't sold the number of units that we had anticipated the prior year. So we made some reflection on this year's budget to reflect that. We price our fuel based on rack and delivery charge, so that's how we do our pricing. And the operating expenditures for our fuel are pretty fixed, so we don't really get that flexibility of what our profit margin would be unless we sold a ton of fuel. So that's pretty much it for the fuel farm. Does anybody have any questions in regards to the fuel farm before I move on to the airport.
I'm just looking at the credit card fees. Are you doing the same thing as rec is doing with ours?
Yeah,
Is-
we
okay.
charge a 3%. Anything else? Before I move on, I'd like to just point out that you're gonna see the operating transfers out of this department of $15,263. And you're gonna see that going in as a transfer, it's into the airport. So the fuel farm helps subsidize the airport and puts into the airport operations, so.
Can you, go back to page one, I'm sorry, so the
Page- page-
reserve for capital improvements?
Page 1,
Yes, please.
so back to the brownfield.
Yes, please. You have reserve for capital improvements down there, is there,
We don't have anything that we're anticipating, we just needed to, it's a place marker for a balanced budget.
So this is another instance where currently the revenue is greater than the current expenditure, so to balance the fund, we put those excess funds in the reserve for capital improvements, and it will roll into the fund balance and carry forward.
so are there capital I'm unclear. So there are capital improvements
There will be in the future.
in the brownfield? Mm-hmm. What kind of capital improvements do you?
Well, it depends on the project, but we don't have any projects in sight at this time.
So the funds are for
So-
like prepping for development or remediating environmental issues. It's not necessarily like capital improvements like replacing a roof or something like that. So usually they just bank the money and then they utilize the funds as an economic development opportunity arises that necessitates the use of those funds to remediate whatever limiting environmental factor might exist
And that's all on airport property?
within the district, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So moving on to the airport, you'll notice, so the first thing I'd like to point out is the $448,000 that you'll see for federal contributions. And if you recall, this is gonna be for the joint seal project that will be happening, on the taxiways, that should be happening sometime this summer. So that shows up as a revenue, and you'll see it later on as an expenditure. So that's the in-kind services that Teresa had, talked about with SAID earlier. So it's gonna be the same theory behind that. Moving on. Just a little bit of, thing I'd like to note with regards to the rent income and the T-hangers. So T-hangers the occupancy throughout the year can be it fluctuates. So this just really, although it's steady overall, I just wanted to make note that there are revenue dips sometimes in our T-hanger. And usually we're about 99%, well, 90, whatever that would be, like 98, 90%, 99% full in our T-hangers. So it's been pretty consistent for the past several years. We do have, as far as our hangar rent and hangar number 2, we have pretty consistent occupancy in that hangar. I did make a shift in the revenue from the T-hangar, which you'll see that adjustment was made there of that $7,812. And that was due to some leases that we had combined, and we just figured it would be easier for complexity to move that over to the rent income under hangar number 2. So that was why there was an increase in that and a decrease in the other. There's a couple of things going on. Pretty standard, for those of you, just for clarification purposes, the miscellaneous income would be for like special events like the vintage market or photo shoots that we have in the hangar, so that's where that revenue comes from. Making note of this transferred in, The total of $286,000 is actually a combined total from the Commerce Park and the fuel farm that goes in as a revenue, right? Isn't that how you did that, or no? I think it was $271,000 in the Commerce Park and 15,000 roughly in fuel farm.
So, correct, those numbers just aren't in there yet, they'll be put in tomorrow after this meeting. So the 286 is actually the difference between last year's number and the current year number, which is currently 0, so,
Okay,
but your breakdown is correct.
okay. So, moving on to the expenditures for, within the airport, you'll notice that some of our expenditures and how we break it down is a 70% expenditures that come out of the airport and 30% expenditures that come out of the Commerce Park is how it's broken down in many of these different categories. It's just, keep that in note. So we did make adjustments for both the full and part-time employment according to evaluation on this framework for the budget moving forward. What else? There's some big ones here. I think Teresa mentioned the insurance and bonds earlier at the beginning. So I'm seeing the same fluctuations in my department as well. For the most part, pretty much these are about the same. The gas and oil in this department would be for our equipment, not necessarily in the fuel farm, so there's the difference there. Professional services, you're going to see that is for the airport. We have a couple of airport capital improvement plans that we'll be working on. So we'll be seeing the professional services from our consultant for design projects for the future, whether it's a call to project or beacon repairs that is on our airport capital improvement plan. Moving on to page 4. When we're looking at the maintenance for the buildings, I did increase that this year from, well, I left it the same, but you notice that we only spent $27,000. But this year, as we continue to monitor and prioritize our maintenance activities, we have some budgetary items that we believe are going to creep up, such as an HVAC system that we're going to have to replace for sure or repair in one or maybe two of our buildings on the airport side. So we've taken that into consideration. This year, we don't have
Quick
any.
question, the HVAC systems, you guys are expecting those to be repaired or replaced or whatever the case may be?
Yeah, we've been watching at least for sure our condenser on one of our units.
Okay, so you expecting something like that this particular year? Because if I understand
Yes,
correctly, there's
correct.
no capital improvements planned for this year, but then it sounds like that would be,
Well, that would be a capital improvement for this year, so that, but we're not really totally sure if it's gonna go
Okay.
yet or not.
all right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. The runways, so as mentioned earlier, the $455,000 for the joint repair. We didn't have a local match this year, so the expenditure on this line item is gonna be for anything that, pops up for potential concrete heaves, which happens on occasion. So we just wanna make sure that we're prepared for that. Any other routine or preventative maintenance that may come up, that we are going to be wanting some money in there for that. The T-hanger maintenance, so for the past several years, we've been slowly budgeting for just a little bit more regular routine maintenance on them, such as cable changes or, I don't know, random things that happen. And the guys have been doing a pretty good job at being diligent about maintaining those. So the cost is actually going down in that maintenance category, in that line item. Not any big surprises last year there, but routinely, it was, much more, and as mentioned before, we used to be able to see, back 5 years. So based on the expenditures over that period of time, I adjusted for like $6,000 in maintenance for that. Vehicles about the same. Conferences and workshops. Although the airport, we always want to anticipate for bad debt expense in the event that we don't have a tenant that pays the rent. So we want to make sure that we have, I think we put, I don't know, what was it, 5% I think we put in there of the total?
0.5.
Pardon? 0.5% of the total revenue for bad debt expense. We didn't have any this year, good thing from the airport side, but, it's always something that we want to be cognizant of. The construction cost, that's that $448,000 that was talked about, which is the federal contribution for the taxiway joint repairs, so it's showing up in that department. The reserve for capital improvements is going to be, we have some infrastructure that we need to address as far as concrete repairs out on the apron. So we've budgeted the $82,000 for that this year. We don't have any equipment purchases this year that we're anticipating, so nothing there either.
That 21,000 was a batwing mower, wasn't it?
That's correct. But we don't have anything that we're anticipating on purchasing this year, since we did just get a new batwing.
There has to be an official name for that.
I think that might be it.
Is it really?
I think so. But that's not my area.
The
That's
mower?
Yeah,
It's a bat wing.
Really?
Because it
yeah,
folds
it
like
folds
this.
up.
That's like that sewer thing we bought,
Muffin monster.
the Muffin Monster.
Is that the technical term?
Yeah.
Thank you for saying that.
That is so awesome.
I still think it needs a Facebook page.
That's awesome. So any questions on the airport side
you
before I move
Talk,
on?
would you talk about the bond interest? And,
So that's a number that I populate. So that's based on the amortization schedule.
what's the bond for?
One of the part of the interest is for the loans with the revolving loan fund, and the other part is for the installment loan for the
The roof on hangar one.
The roof, yeah, the hangar roof.
Okay, and that, the outstanding amount for the revolving is 600?
Approximately 600,000, yes.
And, what's the other,
Well,
what was the other loan?
it was a hangar, it was a roof repair
Oh, okay.
or roof replacement.
And that was for which building?
Hangar number 1. So
Which-
this building that we're in here,
Yeah,
it would be attached to this where,
okay,
the Island Fest is held in that big main hangar there.
okay. And, so that's what the interest is, principal mortgage?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay.
And the principal is the principal payment, but the current year is 0 because I've already moved it to reduce the liability.
Okay, thank you. And,
But correct me if I'm wrong, Teresa, is 70% of that is under the airport, and then the 30% is under the Commerce Park. For those would be the general fund loan, and then the installment loan for the hangar roof
okay.
replacement.
And then the other, question is, where is the tennis center, improvements? Are they in here?
We have already budgeted for the tennis center improvement, which was from this year's budget, so it's not on this year's budget, or it won't be on this current fiscal year.
So.
The upcoming, future fiscal year. Thank you, Derek.
So there are no budgeted improvements for the tennis center in 26, 27?
No.
And what was budgeted for this year?
Budgeted,
The current,
close to $80,000?
That would be in Commerce Park.
From this current year. Yeah, it would be Commerce Park. Do you have that?
So there's, in Commerce Park, there's nothing under, you don't have anything under capital improvements.
From last year.
Oh, last.
Yeah. Well, this current
The
year.
current year.
Yeah.
$93,673.
and that was for
The roof.
the
Or
roof?
new section of the roof.
You had some HVAC in there or something too, didn't you?
I did, yeah.
So, according to the lease for the tennis center, athletic center, it says roof repair, replacement, and, I think asphalt,
The,
improvements for those.
the asphalt that states in the lease is the current parking lot, which is already existent that we put in, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago, I think, roughly, is the asphalt that is in the lease agreement. Now, we did negotiate some capital improvements as, when it comes to a rent credit, but it wouldn't be an expenditure that we would see out of a budget. It was given to the tenant as a rent credit, not necessarily an expenditure that we have to pay out of pocket for.
So the tenant is going to pay for the improvements to the
Correct.
asphalt?
For additional parking, yes, that was what was negotiated.
So who's paying for the current parking lot?
It's already there, it's already existing.
So the way that
So-
Janelle explained it to me was the language in the contract says that the landlord is responsible for maintenance and upkeep of the existing parking lot, but not to resurface the existing parking lot unless it's necessary throughout the term of the 25-year agreement. So it might
Correct.
not be costs you realize next year, it might be costs you might realize 15 years from now when it needs to be rehabbed. Is that an accurate statement?
Correct.
But
So
in
the parking lot that we are talking about is currently on the north side of the building. So our responsibility is to maintain that parking lot that's
Okay.
already existing.
And what's the time schedule for roof replacement? And do you have enough cash flow to pay for that?
Yes, it's actually scheduled to do a portion of the roof replacement on Monday. And yes, we have enough in that contract, or we have enough money to pay for that.
So that's, did you say a third of the roof?
Roughly, I mean,
quarter.
a quarter to a third is, I think, is what that replacement will be.
And then each year you'll do more of that?
And that's the, the idea is we'll have to replace it on an as-needed basis, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Just a brief question that came to mind, you know, with this, the rent's like $3,000 a month, if I've got my head on straight.
Pardon?
The rent on that he'll be paying us, the airport, is about $3,000 a month.
Not at this time, it'll be, it's a rent increase schedule over a period
It's
of,
even lower than that at this point.
at this point.
What I'm getting at is if we're committed to, what did you say, you're putting out $70,000 or $90,000 for the roof repair? You're gonna have a drain on it, because if you gotta pay $90,000 out and you've got $25,000 coming in, there's a space in there. Am I reading that circumstance accurately?
Can you repeat the analogy here, Bill, please?
I once watched an Amos and Andy movie, and it was funny, but Kingfish is the lawyer with the answers, and then Amos was the cab driver, and he says, Kingfish, how does this thing called business work? He said, well, you have a product or a service and you charge people money and you call that income. And then you have your expenses and you call that outgo. You total the income and get a total, you total the expenses, you subtract the expenses from the income, and that's profit. And Amos says, well, what happens if the outgo equals or is bigger than the income? And he said, well, in that case, out you go. You see? Now, what I'm getting at is if we're getting $3,000 coming in and $95,000 for the roof or $75 for repairs, the outgo is bigger than the income. For that issue, that doesn't mean you don't have enough money to do the job by subsidizing it from profit-making somewhere else. But I just wondered if I saw the circumstance accurately.
Well, I think we're looking at the overall cash flow of all the departments in general
Yeah,
in
that is-
totality, right?
yeah, I
And so
wanted to
that's
affirm it.
kind of what we're looking at, and I think that that's the topic of discussion
I
here.
understand it, I know what you're doing.
I
Yeah.
think what you're keying in on, Bill, is something that, sorry.
No, you go ahead.
Okay, it's something that's been a thorny issue with the
Correct.
board and the airport commission for several years. This particular building requires a significant amount of maintenance. The airport commission believes that it is, I suppose, necessary or they wouldn't spend the money, and some other folks don't. So you are not missing the forest for the trees.
All right, moving on. As I mentioned, you saw the expenditure in the brownfield of the $25,000 for the administration services that shows up as a revenue into the Commerce Park revenue. The not a whole lot to cover that I haven't covered, because a lot of the expenditures in this department are split with the airport 70/30 as mentioned earlier, including, all the salaries, the healthcare, the FICA, the insurance and bonds, and all of that is all split 70-30% between departments. And pretty much all the maintenance and repairs are, as cost goes up, you'll just notice that the maintenance for the buildings and grounds, I increased it by $5,000 just because of the price of materials and labor. Other than that, just would like to point out that you'll see those transfers out of the $271,000 that went back into the airport. And that concludes my budget
That was a
study
lot, you
session.
poor thing. You always have a lot going on.
Any other questions? Are you good?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Nice job, thank you.
I'm good.
Thank you, Janelle, very much. Sean, I know you weren't, while you're handing that out, I'll tell you anyway.
Thanks, sir.
You weren't here at the beginning, obviously. What we're doing, Sean, is giving everybody about 20-25 minutes, go over the basics, go over the changes, the bottom lines from last year to this year. We'd like to hear any major changes, and
I remember that.
we'll go from there, okay? And also, if you just joined us, I just want to go over this again. The PD will be at 8 o'clock, the clerk is 8:30, the toll bridge is 9, and the DPS will be 9:30. And Sean from Community Development will be up right now.
I took a nap.
Thanks. What's that?
Mine's
No,
all
two-sided.
stapled up. I did.
Hi, everybody. So I guess I'll start kind of with the community development side of things. So if you look at the original budget for the original revenues for fiscal year 26, the proposed revenues for 27 increases by 9.1%, and then the fiscal year 26 actual is through January 31st. So assuming there's 2 more months with consistent revenues, it should come out to around 492,000. So between that number and fiscal year 27, it's a 7.5% change increase. And that's for a few reasons. So building permits. So we've been going back through our outstanding building permits for the last 5 years and sending out notices to residents, letting them know their building permits have expired. They have kind of 3 options. They can either call in for an inspection if they finish the project but just kind of forgot to do that. If they need an extension, they can pay for $100 for a 1-year extension, which should kind of see a slight increase in revenues. And then we started this early February, so at the end of next fiscal year, if the 1-year extension isn't enough to finish the project, they can reapply for the permit, the building permit fee. And then, so that would increase building permits, electrical permits, mechanical permits, and then also plumbing permits. It's not a huge increase, so if you see under building permits, it's currently like 270,000. We're projecting 323. But if you calculate the 2 additional months for building permits, it comes to about 320,000. So it's a slight increase, but that's just because we'll mostly the first year just be receiving those $100 renewal fees and not necessarily whole new building permit fees. And then there's a decrease in grant revenue. So last year there was 20,000 expected, received 10,000. We don't have any grants that we know of right now, so that was reduced to 0. So that is the revenue side of things, if anyone has any questions.
Yeah, Sean, quick, just
Yes.
on the permit fees again.
Yes.
So they get a year to get the project done, then they get a year extension. After that, after 2 years, if they're not done, they have to reapply regardless, right?
So if they're already expired, they get a 1-year extension, and then they have to reapply after that year.
Okay.
So they've had a year to do it, and then now they have the year extension, and then, so correct.
So, okay, so they get the original permit, they get a year to get it done, they can file for an extension, and after that, they have to just reapply.
Yep.
I just want to make sure I'm clear so I can tell, okay, thank you.
Yep, that's correct. Okay, so that is the revenue side of things. On expense, so last year, the projected amount was 480,000. Accounting for the next 2 months, our projected should be about 465,000, but we budgeted for 58,000 under community development expense. There's a few reasons for that. So under part-time temp, there's 15,000 added to that. So from my understanding, the board has a desire to increase code enforcement activities and doing that doing that through a part-time employee. So that would be $18.50 an hour for 15 hours or 30 hours a week for about 12 weeks over the summer, kind of when code enforcement has the most activity. So that's the $15,000 increase there. And then if you turn over to the next page.
Can you go on the screen, Sean, for us, for the
sorry,
people at
yeah.
home? That's all right, just so they can follow also. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, you're welcome. So under legal fees, last year there was nothing budgeted for legal fees, but we spent nearly 20,000. So we're projecting about 20,000 in legal fees this year, and that's for if we need any assistance with ordinance rewrites, any questions, if there's anything legal-wise on the code enforcement, we'll reach out to Kristen about that if there's confusion. So just want to make sure that we have enough in the budget for that. And then beyond that, we have memberships and dues. For right now, the only major membership would be APA, which is the American Planning Association, and that's not going to cost $1,500. It's a sliding scale based on income, but roughly probably 400-ish or so, and then just a little extra money in case there's other things you want to join. And then same with conferences. Looking at previous years' spending for conferences, I mean, last year was low because Ross had left, but we never really went beyond 3,000, so I thought, lower that to kind of keep the budget balanced. And then if you go to the next page for the planning and zoning revenue. So a lot of these line items didn't have much budgeted for last year, but we actually ended up receiving a decent amount of revenue. So for example, special land use, that's if each district has special land uses. So for example, in a single family district, if someone wants to build a church, school, golf course, they have to go through the special land use process and go to the planning board. So we increased that by about 6,000 to meet previous years. And then similar things for planning reviews, site plan reviews, kind of keep in line with previous years. And then it does fluctuate year to year. So for site plan review, this year it's about 5,000. I budgeted 7,500. There was another year that's about 12,000. So kind of putting it in between number there. So that's what I have for the community development budget. If anyone has any questions.
On page one, I had a question. What is woodland wetland monitoring fee?
Woodland wetland monitoring.
It's in the middle of the page.
I would have to follow up with you on that. I'm not 100% sure. That's another line item I sort of kept with previous years, but I can follow up.
It's like a permit revenue line item for new developments and stuff.
Oh, new developments, okay.
Any other questions?
You're doing a great job.
Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, so I guess we'll move on to the Downtown Development Authority. So for this budget, I met with Ron Moran. He's the board, the chair of the DDA board. And we were just kind of met together to figure out basically revenues and expenses for this year. So on the revenue side, there's a pretty significant decrease from projected in 2026. It's a 26% decrease from projected, and then about a 23% decrease from what it should be by the end of fiscal year 26. And the main reasoning for that is we don't have the grant revenue, so that's a $54,000 loss there. And then prior year resources. So speaking with Teresa, we have assets, but we don't necessarily have the cash that we can pull over. Is that correct, Teresa?
So the DDA actually owns fixed assets, and so when you look at their balance sheet and you look at the fund balance, that investment in that capital investment is what's giving them that fund balance. They have enough operating cash, but there's nothing available at this point to use prior year resources towards current operations. He has to work within the funds that he's getting in the current year.
And then,
And if we budget for a deficit, that's a finding during our audit. So it's a finding during our audit. Yeah.
Thank you.
What is the DDA's total budget this year?
So our total budget for this year is
For next year, I'm sorry.
What?
For the next fiscal?
For the next year, it's at $289,000.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So under expenses, so the first thing I would like to note is under professional services, there was a decrease of 58,000. So just professional services we have planned for this year is the remainder of the DDA TIF plan, paying that off. And then also be lighting the GI sign in Lions Park. That was approved last year, but it hasn't been paid for or completed yet. So there's that. And then just improvements to Lions Park as far as cementing for the benches. We own the benches, just having them installed. And then capital improvements. So working with Ron, that was the last line item we filled in. So just making sure we had everything else covered in the budget. Any excess money went to capital improvements. As of right now, we don't have anything specific planned, but the DDA TIF plans should be finished in June. And then from that, we'll have public input on what kind of improvements Grosse Ile residents want to see in the DDA district. And then we'll use that money for those. Under promotion, an increase of 5,000 there. So that's just general promotion of the DDA district, making sure that we kind of get the word out that, come to downtown Grosse Ile, spend money. If you live maybe off island, trying to attract people from off island to the district. And then moving on to the next page.
Can I stop you really quick?
Oh, yes.
I'm sorry. Where was the lighting of the GI sign?
So that's under professional services. So that's about $2,900.
Okay. And then what else is professional services going to cover?
So the remainder of the DDA TIF plan, so that is, I think we have about 8,000 left to pay for that. And then just an estimate for the cement work for the installing the benches at Lions Park. I estimated about 10,000 for that.
So that's not for lighting for any other sculptures or anything like that?
No, so if that were to be something, that would be under capital improvements based on DDA survey feedback. That doesn't seem to be a particular popular thing. So it's probably not going to be a priority in the next year. But as far as priorities for capital improvements, we haven't received a summary yet from OHM regarding the feedback from the meeting, but from our survey results, some popular ideas were farmers market pavilion, better access to the waterfront. So the DDA district does touch East River, performance stage, bike trails, better connections, street trees, and just streetscape improvements. There's no specific plans right now, but once we have the final plan, that's kind of how we can sort of move forward with that. And then in addition to our capital improvement funding, having the plan in place will help us secure grant funding for any potential projects.
Okay, so there's no money that we're going to be pushing into things that residents have been kind of clear that they're not interested in seeing us spend money on?
Yeah, we don't have any plans now. The glass wall at Lions Park has been paid off as of January, so that's the last art purchase. We were approached regarding another art purchase, but I haven't heard back about that, but that's not anything that's set in stone. It's something the DDA would have to talk about for a sculpture on Macomb that's currently being rented, that the artist has an interest in selling, but I don't have specific details on that yet. So
Is there money in the budget for that?
I didn't budget specifically for that. If the DDA decided to move forward with that, it would fall under capital improvements, but I'm not sure if that's kind of just a proposal that was given, but not completely, just sort of something mentioned in passing but no really details on that at all.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a couple questions if nobody else does. I'm sorry, you looked off. Anybody else does? So, for professional services, so for the viewers at home, if they want to go ahead and look through this budget, there's a toggle they can hit and see which each budget line is for different professional services, correct?
What'd you say?
Like you just broke it down, the professional services. People at home can go ahead and go through our budget too, once it's go ahead and posted, and they can see what, under professional services, you got A, B, C, D, and E.
Yeah, there's subcategories that kind of spell out what that is.
And I have a question about the drainage grant.
Drainage,
Is that
yeah.
monies that we're putting out for people who apply for certain grants?
So the drainage
For
grant,
drainage?
I'm not sure why it's called the drainage grant, but it's basically a DDA grant to businesses on Macomb Street. There's 15,000 earmarked for that. So a business could apply for up to 5,000 in funding to improve their facade. It can't be interior improvements. It has to be something that enhances Macomb Street. So 5,000 of that has been committed to the Osprey Event Center for some of the improvements they're doing. We received 2 more applications for next fiscal year, one for 5,000, one for 3,000, but it can be things like roofing, signage, really anything that enhances the district.
It's a
So it has
facade,
nothing to do with
it's not for drainage. It's not for drainage.
I
It's
was
just
gonna
that,
say.
it's a carryover of the account title from drainage and the drainage grant and DPS is what that is. It really should be facade grant.
Is this something we can correct?
I believe it's on the list, yep.
Thank you.
Would you, Sean, tell me again how much the lighting of the GI will cost?
It's about 2,900.
2,900, okay, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, one more quick question too. That glass, art that we have in, Lions Park,
Yep.
I noticed at one point there was some damage to it already. Is there some kind of a budget to keep that thing repaired, fixed, maintenance budget?
I don't have anything specifically earmarked for maintenance on that project. As far as the missing panel, she is going to repair it. I believe at no charge to us.
Okay,
But yeah,
okay, thank you.
you're welcome.
Do we pay any insurance for, in case somebody damages or something gets damaged in the artwork?
I am not sure on that, but I can look into it.
We self-insure?
I
I think the rented sculptures, there's a rider on our liability coverage, our property insurance coverage for that, I believe.
That makes sense.
Wouldn't be our liability, but our property coverage.
Okay.
Do you, I'm looking at, street maintenance, that includes maintenance to Lions Park? In other words, are we budgeting in the cost to maintain?
Yeah, to maintain basically
All
along
the-
Macomb. And then the park system as well.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Anybody have any other questions or? No?
No, but it's nice to have you join us and do
Thank you.
that.
I appreciate it.
Nice job, Sean.
Thank
You all set?
Yep, all set. Thank
Nice
you guys.
job, Sean, thank you.
Thank you.
Nice work.
I'm gonna go talk to Todd, right back. I think he's in the side room.
Yes.
Are you cool with bathroom breaks, Mr. Supervisor?
What's that?
You cool with bathroom breaks?
$5?
Okay.
$5. I guess we have to sit here and wait for you.
So he's making copies of the actual police budget.
Okay. You're not up.
Not yet.
Thanks, sir.
This is not what he has up there, that's not.
No, this is.
Eric's making copies.
I'd like to start with saying thank you for letting me be here and present this. Members of the board and the police department, fiscal year 26, 27 budget totals 7.09 million, and primarily reflects the personnel required to maintain 24-hour police coverage and emergency response for the township. Just over 54% of the budget is personnel costs.
Did I get one?
Which includes wages, retirement contributions, health care, and other required employment expenses for sworn and civilian staff. Largest individual expenditure is full-time salaries at 1.75 million, followed by retirement contributions at 1.34 million and health insurance at 372,000. Operational costs such as insurance, technology, training, and equipment ensure officers have the tools necessary to operate safely and effectively. In this presentation, this brief presentation that I have, you're going to see a breakdown of special equipment and technology accounts, which includes software systems, communications, and infrastructure, and flock camera program, along with small reserve for equipment repair and replacement. Overall, the budget reflects the staffing and operational resources necessary to continue providing reliable police services to the community. With that being said, I'm going to move on. Did anybody have any questions at this point? I'm going to move on to this PowerPoint if everybody can see it. So this is the overview, and what I've handed out to each of you is basically the information that's supplied in this PowerPoint. It's an overview of personnel costs, budget expenditures, special equipment. These are some of the higher priced items, and I wanted to give a very good explanation because these are things that I looked at and said, well, you're going to have questions about these. Why are these so expensive? So with that being said, we touched on, for the overview, the total department budget for fiscal year 26-27 is $7,098,081. So the budget at a glance, and I just want to make sure, can everybody see this? Okay, all right. The total department budget is at that 7 million point. Of that 7 million, the personnel costs are 3,874,000, which is 54.6% of the budget. Non-personnel costs, which is everything above or on the other side of that, which is 3,223,000. So what does this budget support? It supports 24-hour police and dispatch services and emergency response, investigations and community safety operations, equipment, technology, insurance, and other operating needs. So what I did here is I broke down the personnel costs for fiscal year of 27. Again, this information is in the packet that I handed out. There's two versions of it. There's a gridded format, which is towards the back, and then there's a Word document differently formatted in the front, which is the same information. So looking at that, and I put in the account IDs or the line item numbers. So salary for full-time, that's $1,754,526. Deer call, I put in there 10,000. We did do the deer call this year. I don't have the numbers. It's not completed yet. The deer call but it was successful. The operation is done. It's just the costs I don't have turned in yet completed. But for 27, I'm doing salary overtime of 10,000. Holiday pay is 93,000. Your uniform allowance is 35,700. FICA 54. Health insurance 372, 342. Life insurance is 2,746. Retirement contributions are 1,345,628. Vision 15,000. Dental 53. Health savings 68. Longevity 14,650, and workers' compensation 54,362. So those total personnel costs were 3,874,646.
Chief,
Yes.
Excuse me for interrupting. How many officers are we talking about total now?
So I knew that question was going to come up. Now, when you say officers, are you talking about on the road or everybody entirely in the
The
building?
total,
So right now, total, we have 22 in the building. That's myself, the deputy chief, lieutenant, 2 detectives, 9 police officers, 4 dispatchers, confidential secretary, a records clerk, ACO ordinance, and then we have 1 officer assigned to DEA as a task force officer.
and that's one less person than we had last year.
That's correct. When the chief retired, we were at 23. Technically, if you want to be technical about it, with Greg going back out to DEA, we're at 21 in the building.
Thank you.
Chief, one more follow. So how many sworn and civilian do we have?
So civilian, you have your records clerk and 4, that's 5. So 6 civilian. Our confidential secretary is another. Chief of police, myself. So sworn, you have myself, the deputy chief lieutenant, and then 9 officers.
So you should have 15 sworn,
Yes.
4 dispatchers, 1 records, 1 ACO, and then your administrator.
Some of sworn police officers, not,
Yeah, so sworn is 15.
okay, thank you.
If I understand this correctly, we're 1 short, at least as we're talking about that, and that would be a sworn officer, am I correct?
Correct. So again, that total for personnel costs was $3,874,646, which is 54.6 of the total budget.
I've got another question when I looked at this. The amount of money in retirement that for retired officers is very close to what we pay for full-time. It's almost like you're getting 1 for 2, if you follow me.
Correct, and we have no control over
And
that.
I used to be involved with that stuff in the past. Those pensions could continue to soar for a couple of years. Have you done any thinking and foresight about how you're gonna handle pensions when they're bigger than your own salaries?
That's probably something the whole board needs to look at.
Yes, you're absolutely right.
Right.
And we're gonna have to prepare the public, in my mind, for the fact that that's a reality the law has laid on us. Some of it for our own choices without,
Well,
whatever.
we're under, contractual agreements with the union
Right.
and with MERS, and I don't have those answers for you. That's not for me to, I'm just telling you what the costs
I
are.
understand it. We haven't done a lot of the kind of thing I'm talking about at the moment in the past, but preparation helps, and I'm just laying a seed for the future with those remarks. I'm not making any criticism of you or anybody else.
Yeah, I think that's a national problem, so
Yes.
we won't hold that against you.
Thank you, Bill. So my next slide here is some of our higher costs. And what I did is I broke it down by percentage, what the total cost was, and I just wanted to run through this real quick. So computer and technology, we have become so dependent on technology and the cost that comes along with it. It's way different. If you would have told me 10 years ago that this was what it was going to cost to be in police work, I would have said no way. But I'll touch on that here in a second. So 24.7% of the cost is full-time regular salaries, and that's the $1,754,526. Mr. Howlett, to your last question about retirement contributions, that's $1,345,628.
Yeah.
Yep, and I understand. And when you look at these budgets, you say, wow, that's a pretty big chunk out of your budget. But, it's always been,
It's life.
health insurance, another one. Every year it goes up. We're at $372,342. FICA, which is your federal insurance act, it's 5481. Workers' comp, our workers' compensation did go up. We had quite a few claims over the last few years, which reflects that increase in the cost. I hope that's come to an end, and I hope to see a reduction here soon with that. Insurance and bonds, which we have no control over, 114.91. Equipment special, and I will touch on that in the next slide. That's for IT and computer software and some of the things that we have to operate the department. Computer network and technology. This is a hot topic right now. We currently have VC3. That's our IT company that we have that provides our IT services. That's at $48,000. We are going to, and we're currently starting to put together an RFP to maybe look for some cost savings in that. And I know I talked to Derek briefly and Brian briefly about it. It's quite a process because we use VC3 Township wide. And, you know, how do you do that? Because I know with the police department, we have the most we have the most computers, and we probably have the most calls in for them and in need for them. And but we are looking at that. We're going to see if we can do something a little bit different to lower those costs. So with that being said, what I did is I pulled the 26 year-to-date numbers for, if you under here, this 54, which I budgeted for this year. This is where we're at right now. And these are the costs and the breakdown of the costs. And this is additional on top of what we're paying for IT services. And these are things that we need. ID networks, what that is, that's our fingerprints. That's our fingerprint system that we have to pay for yearly. EOS, that's our cameras. I know, Joe, you know, that's our cameras. You have them here in the parking lot. We have them throughout the island, Four Corners. That's significantly lower. We pay, most of the time our charges are if we have something that malfunctions, we need to replace a camera. That's a minimal cost. Schedule Anywhere, that's our staffing or our scheduling that we pay for. Core System Talent, that's our LEAN, that's our Law Enforcement Information Network. We have to have that. Equiture Recording System, that what that pays for is that records all the calls incoming and outgoing with the department. We have to have that as well. Leads Online, that's Detective Bureau software. It's investigative software that they use quite frequently, helps in solvability of cases. LexisNexis, that is your citation software and also your UD10s or your crash software. Power DMS, that's a hefty bill, but that's what drives and keeps our policies, general orders, everything. It's a huge program, and I know Kevin, Deputy Chief, he could speak on that way more than I can, but it got us to where we needed to be with our last adventure with accreditation and moving forward towards that. EOS, additional services, that was for a camera expense. Our flock camera system. Myself and the Deputy Chief just had a meeting with Axon. We're looking at reducing that. If you're familiar with what the flock camera system is.
Could you explain that, please?
The flock?
Yes.
So the flock camera, those are the cameras that are on the bridges. So they're investigative cameras. If we have any type of criminal activity and we're looking for a certain vehicle, we can pull it off of those cameras by the plate, the type of vehicle, the color, time. It's a great investigative tool, but we're looking to reduce that, and that's a yearly cost. So there's really, I mean, we want the bridges cameraed, and we want the ability to be able to, you know, track what's coming on and off if we need it. And also, we've used that for vehicle count. like when the bridge closure, you know, I know, Joe, you had asked me quite a few times, what was the number going off the bridge, and it might have been Derek. And it will actually do a vehicle count for you.
If I might ask, I don't want to stop your train of thought, but you're implying to me as I'm listening that while you're investigating reducing the flock system, is there another system that doesn't have the name flock that you feel for less money can give us equal or better service?
So I think I touched on it. Myself and the deputy chief, we had a meeting with Axon.
Okay.
And now Axon is getting into, I mean, we have our body cameras, our fleet car cameras, our tasers, and now they've said, hey, we can probably reduce your cost. We can put these cameras up at less money and do it as a package deal. And of course, they're gonna want a lengthened contract, but in the long run, for what we're paying now for Axon services, it would probably benefit us to actually look at it a little bit harder.
Thank you.
So does that answer your question? So there is another camera system out there. The network is not as big as Flock at the time. With Flock, I can have our detective bureau, they can have a car and they can track it throughout from here to Lansing if they wanted to. So Comcast services, this is your fiber optic, your cable coming into the building for your phones. We don't have much wiggle room with that. And then Verizon service, that's all of our cellular. That's $6,816. So why is that so high? So every one of our cars has a cradle point in it. And what a cradle point is it's just where a SIM card goes into, and that's how the car's communication, laptops and everything communicates wirelessly. So we have that. We have cell phones for the DB administration. There's a few laptops that have SIM cards on them. So that's why that number may look a little high, but we have a lot of wireless within the department. So, and then with that 44,000, I had a remaining allocation of 9938 reserved for radio repairs, phone repairs, Polycom equipment, and miscellaneous electronic equipment replacement. We do have an aging phone system. We are answering our voicemail. The flash just failed on it, and thank God they could find a replacement for it and repair that. Polycom, what that is in the bag. That's how we do video arraignment and the lockup. And then any other miscellaneous electronic equipment replacements that come along, that $10,000 is there just in case. And as you're well aware, none of this stuff is inexpensive, so to allocate that extra 10,000 is probably safe to say that we'll use it at some point. Okay. So with that, the key budget notes that I had when I went over this were personal costs represent the largest portion of the police department budget due to staffing required to maintain continuous police and dispatch coverage. Retirement contributions reflect long-term pension obligations associated with public safety personnel. Health insurance, payroll taxes, workers' compensation, required employment costs tied to maintaining sworn and civilian staff, and finally, operational investments in technology and equipment ensure officers and dispatchers have the tools necessary to perform their duties and safely and effectively. Any questions to this point? So I did have a closing statement. In closing, this budget is designed to maintain the current level in police service for the township. Largest portion of this budget is personnel related. Officers, supervisors, and support staff allow the department to provide that 24-hour coverage, respond to emergencies, investigate incidents, and the remaining funds support the equipment and operational needs required to run the department. This budget does not include expansion or additional staffing. It focuses on maintaining existing services and meeting the obligations required to operate this department. Due to recent retirement, or I said retirements, but due to a recent retirement, the department is currently below its structured staffing level. While operations continue, reduced staffing places additional pressure on scheduling and coverage. The budget presented tonight reflects what is necessary to continue providing reliable police services to the community. I thank you all, and I'm happy to answer any questions regarding the budget. And if you would, so the copies that you have in front of you have the page number. If you tell me what page number on, that's the easier reference for me than to say that what the account ID number is.
Chief, the first thing I'd like to say is your presentation was excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
The visual is very, very nice. Thank you.
I have to thank my confidential secretary as well, because she is, did a fantastic job helping me gather a lot of the numbers. You have to really dig in to actually itemize and break down where these costs are coming from. So I thank her.
Hey, Chief, page 2.
Mm-hmm.
Why does it say overtime is down 152,000? It went from 162 to 10,000. You must be taking that from a different source.
So what we're doing, and we're fortunate, and you don't want to be too dependent on this, but we're paying all of our salary and overtime out of forfeiture funds.
Doesn't that scare you a bit? Because sometimes that's all you can fall back on.
It does, and we've looked at it. How many years can we go? Let's say that we have nothing coming in, or the federal government restructures how you can spend your funding, which has already happened. You know, we were told, well, now we used to be able to pay a salary out of it. They said, no, you can't do that. But they said, now you can use it for overtime, so that saved us. So,
Okay.
yes, it does scare me, and it scares me for future administrators, because I don't want them to not have the ability to have those funds as a resource and to be able to help balance the budget.
And you said somebody just went to DEA. Does that mean you might get some DEA funding in the future from the forfeitures?
Yes.
Or
And that's what, that we tried really, I mean, we worked very hard to get him back out there. We have about a year gap.
before you
So,
start to see it
Before,
coming in?
well,
Well, he was, we didn't have somebody there.
right, we
okay.
didn't have anybody out there, and what happens is right now we're fine, okay, but let's say nothing comes in, and I know Supervisor Porcelli can attest to this, it's not a guaranteed when money comes in, sometimes these things take years, with any seizures, so you have to anticipate that your gap is gonna show up somewhere without the funding. We might get lucky, maybe that will never happen, but you're absolutely right that, yeah, it does worry us, because you don't want to drain those accounts.
And I know we all have our own opinions, but I truly think you're too short-staffed, and I think that means if I have an emergency at my house and I call you, you're gonna be slower, right? You have less people out on the road. So, I know you're talking about a possible millage, and so I think you're really going to need that millage just to keep, public safety up and running.
I'm not gonna disagree with you.
Okay, and is that all your sources of revenue except I think for, the telephone companies that pay to use our pools, but now one backed out, so you're getting less revenue coming in from,
From the cell towers, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, Dish is no longer on that tower.
Excuse me.
yeah, so you're definitely being squeezed.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
all right, thank you.
So just to reinforce, thank you, Mickey, for pointing it out. I've said this before, I'll repeat it again. This particular department's budget has been underfunded for many years. By that I mean, it has been supplemented with forfeiture money. So, to the chief's point, I compare forfeiture money to overtime. You're never guaranteed overtime. For some, it's nice to have, right? You can, live large if you choose to, but that wouldn't be fiscally responsible, because at any moment, that overtime can be stopped. That overtime can be cut. It's not a guarantee. So very similar to overtime, that's my best example for anybody that doesn't really fully understand forfeiture, is forfeiture is like overtime. It is not a guarantee. And I think that's the point that the chief is trying to make, is that we can't just hope, because hope is not a strategy, that forfeiture will always be there to supplement the police force.
Chief, how much is in the forfeiture fund now, and how much is of the forfeiture fund is supplementing the 26-27 budget?
So that 152 is the supplementing. That's what I'm using for overtime. And I don't want to give you the exact number because I don't have it in front of me. But we have enough money in there if we supplant it, or if we use that money, we'd probably have 4 or 5 years with forfeiture funds if we had no increases. But I can get you that exact number if you'd like it.
Well, the DEA number is,
Hang on one second, I'm
Teresa.
getting it.
thank you.
If I'm understanding this correctly,
So the current fund balance as of the end of February in the forfeiture fund, the main one is, 1,134,000.
Those are all, Teresa, together?
No, that's the Department of Justice, that's the big one.
Okay.
And
We do have opioid, which we have a decent amount of money in there as well, but that can only be used for, it has very, very tight constraints on what you can spend it on, and we have some ideas of what we're gonna use it for. But back to your question, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
what I was going to say is, for the public,
Mhm.
the money, that 1.1 million, is very limited in what it can be used for. And historically, it's been used to supplement the budget. Is that correct way to say that?
Supplement the budget and pay for high-priced items like our fleet cameras and our body cameras and our tasers were all paid out of forfeiture.
And it cannot be used for officers' salaries.
Not salaries, but overtime, which is what they
Right.
just changed that.
I'm just trying so that the public knows that that is not something you can just use
Right.
at any time.
And the
In
rules
any
can
way.
change randomly
Yeah.
at any time. They can decide to change the rules, and they have.
And that, well, that's the instance with the salary and
Correct.
benefits for the replacement officer, they changed the rules.
Mm-hmm.
Although I'd have to say, I was on the same phone call they were with the Department of Justice, and the fact that we can use overtime, that's supplanting.
Mm-hmm.
So
Well,
I
it's-
don't understand their logic,
not
but that's
actually
what's in their
well,
manual, and,
It's not supplanting, but it's,
Yeah,
yeah,
well,
I don't, that's okay, that's fine. If you want to use that term, that's fine. Supplanting is
mean,
not,
it's allowed,
So-
it
so-
is allowed.
that's allowed.
It's
Yeah,
allowed.
what
It
we
is,
did is we
right.
replaced that.
Yeah.
Basically, what
Supplanting's
we did is because we couldn't pay that salary anymore, it just shifted. Now we can pay the overtime.
Yeah.
So we're just,
So wages, fringes, and benefits were always a no-no.
yes.
Now, they say that the person that you send out to the DEA, we cannot pay for anymore. So what they did is they flipped it and said, now you can pay for overtime within your department.
Correct.
Now, I'm not gonna say a police officer costs $152,000 a year, but it's getting up there. It's getting probably pretty close. One officer with all the benefits,
It was,
It's
it was
over
in
100.
the 130s.
yeah, that's what I mean, it's
And
over 100, so
that's starting.
those two
So that's a new
things
hire.
Well, when you
kind of
consider
evened out.
retirement costs too, I
Yeah.
bet you it's more than that.
Well, that's included. That's included for their, for everything. It was around 130 before, so I don't know what it is today.
It's
So-
between 135 and 140.
Okay, I'm close then at least, but that was the trade-off that the federal government did. They took away one, added another, but it was a fairly close trade-off.
Yeah, I
Which
mean,
to them is logical, because the rule is, if it's something that is consistently paid, like it's on a schedule, then you can't use typically the funds for that. So overtime, like I said, isn't a consistent thing.
I think I'm sorry,
No,
Margaret.
that's-
I think the most important thing is, and Kevin touched on it, people have to understand, it's, you see that money sitting in there, and they just have to know, we can't buy paper clips and office supplies with it. Though has very, just like opioid, it has very strict guidelines on what you can spend it on.
And it sounds like the rules changed, so there's no guarantee that it
Right.
won't change again,
Ne-
right?
next-
Say you can't use it for overtime at any given point.
And next year it could be different,
Okay.
so.
All right, thanks.
Everybody else done? I actually have just one, but is everybody else done, or? We're good. Chief, has one quick question, I guess, first of all, nice job. You made it very easy to follow, and I certainly do appreciate that.
Thank you.
My question is regarding the overtime, and not without going into kind of any strategic operations or how many cars they have in a row, so forth and so on. How much of that overtime budget, or is there a certain number or percentage attributed to it based on us covering 4 different platoons as opposed to 3 different platoons? I'm going from 8 to 12-hour shifts. Because I understand we have to have a certain number of cars on the road, and so people are called in to cover that gap. So is that gonna be higher, the current overtime budget higher because of 12-hour shifts?
No.
No? Okay.
No, and I'm gonna thank Derek for explaining this. I know they talk about there's this 4 additional hours every pay period, and there's road coverage, and those 4 hours, the additional hours are being paid at straight time, so there's actually a cost savings. You still have to have somebody here around the clock 24 hours a day, So cost savings, we've crunched the numbers a few times, and there's not that much of a cost savings. I know there's a lot of theory behind 8 hours are better than 12. Me personally, I don't want to work 12 hours anymore. I'm old, even though I think Kevin will attest to this as well. We've been here all day, so it seems like our 8s turn into 12s quite often. But pushing that squad car, and you know what that's like, 12 hours is a long day. It's a long day. Bad on the back, bad on the hips. Thank God our department's relatively young, but give them another 5 or 6 years in that car, and we'll revisit that with them.
Okay, so it's safe to say that it's not a significant amount that's increasing by the 12 hours?
No, and you look at and I'll call it police culture, everybody around here is 12 hours. The younger men and women that do this job now, they want to do 12s. They want to do 12s because that gives them more time at home, more time with their family. They really value their time. Now, right now, unfortunately, we are short-staffed, so a lot of these 12s turn into another day and another day. And the one thing that we always worry about as administrators is, I don't want anybody working 5 or 6 12s in a row. That's just too hard. That's when things happen. That's when accidents happen.
What is the cost for the extra, for doing 12s with the extra 4 times everybody?
I will get back with you on
It was
those.
right around like $68,000. Yeah.
5%?
But in that, the coverage, and I guess, can you ask me the question again, Kevin? I'm sorry.
The actual cost for the extra, the 12 hours versus 8 hours?
Yeah, I think it was
It was like
68.
65, something to
I
that
multiplied it,
Okay.
it's over little over $60,000.
The other question I had was, there's 5.9 mils, correct,
Correct.
for the police? And how much are we having to take out of the general fund this year to balance?
We've balanced our budget. We're not taking from the general fund. We've used our forfeiture money to do that, which is my point.
So that 152 balanced it.
You mean
So,
you're taking
hold
the
on.
same
Well,
as
are you
last
talking
year?
about millage money from the general? That's not what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Yes, I think that's what he's talking
Hold on.
about.
Yeah, well,
So-
Teresa, let's have Teresa speak.
So the general fund millage money that is being used for the police is $2,483,000.
Two
Will you
million,
repeat that? Yeah.
$2,483,589. That's what's in the budget.
does that include the two, isn't it almost 2 mills
There's
that,
5.78 mils total. We take both generals, 1.22 and 1.88 from allocated and operating. We have police 1 through 3, 0.97, 0.73, 0.98, for a total of 5.78.
So, just so I understand, the township general fund, which is general allocated and general operating,
Correct.
$2.3 million of it is consumed by the police department.
Two-
And then the rest of it is their dedicated villages. How much is that?
Correct, so the breakdown is $2,483,000 is from the 2 general fund millages, and $2,151,000 is from the 3 police millages.
2 million.
And that's after the DDA and Brownfield captures.
so what do the two general bring in, how much total?
2.483.
General fund are $2,483,000.
That's the two general, and then the
$2,151,000 is the 3 police millages.
251,000, 3 police millages, and, so adding those all up, how much was their money allocated from other places in the general fund?
Beyond that,
Yes,
$4,930.
$4,930.
That includes looking at the police department, the police reserve, and the animal control, and comparing it to all all the property tax revenue and everything else. There was just a small shortfall.
And so everything, because we're running with 22 people, that's how we're able to manage this cost at this time.
That's not in the budget. Yeah, it's at 22 people.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Teresa, I want to get the numbers straight for us and the people. Last year's budget, is this correct? Last year's police budget, the bottom line that Todd has to this year's projected budget, you're about $100,000 lower than last year's total budget. Am I correct?
Correct, about 145,000.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was 104. It's 145. I'm a little off.
That's
But I
okay.
had the premises right.
Yeah.
Okay, now the other question, I want to make sure we're correct here, just so for all of us here too. When you take all 5 millages, the 2 from general, whatever you want to call them, the 3 from police, you add a total number up. From that number to the finalization of the police budget for 26, we're only off $4,000, a little over 4.
Almost 5, just under 5.
Let's just call it 5,000.
Yeah,
Correct?
correct.
Okay, I want to make sure I have those numbers straight for you and us,
And
people out there.
so the being 145,000 lower, is that because of one less person plus increase in the value of a millage, of 1
That-
mill?
Yes, it's due to 1 less personnel, and also the retirement on the newer police officers in that newer class for police. The retirement rate, based on the actuary report, was about 1% lower. So there was some savings there to offset some of the other increases.
And then how much, what increase did we see because of higher property values?
Three, right?
1 minute. I don't have that exact figure on here, but it's
We'll
the,
just
yeah.
I think
close.
ballpark was like 150, wasn't it?
26. Approximately, yes.
Okay, so one less person plus a little bit higher taxes,
yep.
and this is, great, thank you.
All right.
That's helpful.
Todd, thank you
Thank you,
for
Chief.
everything. Thank you for the PowerPoint, if you will. You're good? This side good? All right, thank you, Todd.
Yep, thank you. I know it's been a long day for everybody and all of us in this room, so I appreciate the time.
All right, sir.
Appreciate
Thank
the
you.
information.
Mr. Clerk, sir? Are you gonna let this young man here, the tall
I'm
young
gonna
man? do
let
it?
Brian do the talking and I'll do the walking.
Round one.
Okay.
Good. This is one thing.
So this, I just pulled this off.
Thanks,
That's okay,
Kevin.
because I
for
saved
coming.
it on the desktop now,
Yep,
so we're good.
Thank you, sir.
that's mine.
All right, next up will be
Good thing.
the clerk's department. Brian Friel will be,
Yeah.
and Jameson will be giving support.
Back up. The souvenir, I get a souvenir?
There you go.
All right, sir, you're up.
Yeah.
Thank you, Brian.
No problem. All right, I have 3 budgets to go over tonight. Clerk's office, elections, and communications. We'll start with the clerk's office. Total budget for 2027, we're looking at $254,767, which is an increase of $5,270. If you take a look at that, basically $4,000 of that is in 2 line items. About halfway down, legal fees. Legal fees is going, we had nothing in legal fees last year, and now we're adding $2,500. Freedom of information requests have gotten a little bit different. All right, so we've had a little more talking to our council about these requests and getting a little more guidance. So we've added a little bit more money to that for the coming year. And then 2 line items down from that, you have codification for municipal codes. It seems that we are having a little bit of a trend of updating our codes and getting them up to par. So we've added a little extra money for that to make sure we cover that to put those into the code book and update the code book. And that's really everything for the clerk's office. If anyone has any questions. Okay. All right. Page 2, we have elections. Obviously, there's big increases this year as we have 2 elections planned this year. We went from really not having much of a budget last year at all to having a big budget for us. So part-time help, obviously if you go online, once this is up, you'll be able to click on part-time help and it breaks down every process of election. So you're gonna see early voting, you're gonna see absentee voting, you're gonna see election day. So we break down how much we're gonna spend on each part of that for the 2 elections. So obviously we have a lot of part-time help for elections. No, we do not have any office help coming in. It'll just be myself and our elections clerk. So everything else is just our election inspector's pay. Supplies, postage, all going up. Obviously, we have to put out ballots, and we will have supplies. We're probably gonna purchase some more additional signage with early voting to make sure people understand we have early voting and exactly where it's at. Besides that, we're looking at equipment purchase. Now, last year when I stood before you, I earmarked $50,000 for new election equipment, and that was just the first half of that. So now this year we're earmarking another $50,000 to put onto that for $100,000 total. I'm expecting that to be in 2027. I just don't know if that would be early 2027, which will be in this coming budget, or if it will be later in the year, but we need to have it in case we need it. So
Usually the state picks up the 100% on that, but it sounds like the state's not gonna have any money for that, so we're gonna have to pick up the whole fee this time, for that. So that happens every 10 years, and we are up for we're up for a bid for a new company. Depending on which company gets picked, if we go with our current vendor, then we would end up not having to spend as much money on equipment. If we get a new vendor, we have to replace all the equipment, because we have to go to their equipment, so. Any questions on that? All right. Last one, communications. Communications, we have $75,000 budgeted. That would be a decrease of $27,310 from last year. If you remember last year, we replaced the sound system in this room. That was our big budget item. Usually in election years, I try not to have any major expense in the communications, because it kind of offset each other a little bit. I did, though, budget, as you go down that page, the last, let's see, 3 up from the bottom, a Township internet site. I did budget $8,500 to refresh our website with our current vendor. We have not refreshed our website since right after I became the communications administrator in 2019. So it is time. That is one thing that I have heard a lot of comments on how our website needs more functionality. And then equipment purchase, we have $10,000 in there. Last year I did budget for cameras in this room, the 3, 1 behind you, 2 behind me. We did not do that because we didn't have enough money. So I'm going to budget 10 grand to replace those. The one over my right shoulder has been starting to shudder and struggle to focus. So I would like to get those done this year and just get that out of the way. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Brian. Where is the rest of the cable franchise money being spent?
I will have the finance director answer that question.
Okay.
So the franchise fees are paid for the communications and all the computer network that's throughout the other departments in the township.
For communications.
Yes.
And so we do not have one central branding in the township, branding what is put out to the public.
No.
And was the beautiful set for the video, doing the video, what is it?
The podcast?
Podcast.
Yeah.
Did you budget that last year and install that, or how did that work?
Not all of that was, but like table, some of that stuff was all from things around this building. So I reused a lot of it. There was some purchase of some things in that room that was in last year's budget. All the cameras were budgeted last year because we knew we had to go to the VFW for a DDA meeting. He wanted to do a DDA meeting from the VFW. The only way we're going to be able to do that was to buy equipment to do that. So once we had the equipment, we said, well, we got to use it for something. Just let it sit around and collect dust. So why not try podcasts? So that's pretty much what we did with it. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. Anybody else?
So in the survey, you had a lot of comments. I think that most were positive about the podcast. So that seems to be something people appreciate.
Yeah, one person did say it was cringeworthy.
Yeah,
so
somebody said
that kind of hurt.
But that was a family member,
That was
right?
painful. But yeah.
It wasn't your family member, was it?
I don't know, because it is anonymous, so it's probably my wife. I am compiling that up, and I'll get that all out to you guys. All right, should be probably by the end of the week. All right, so, any other questions? No. Okay.
Teresa?
Thank you.
Eric? All right, thank you, sir.
Brian, are you okay to stay for the rest of the meeting?
Wait, the general fund and the toll bridge will be next?
Yeah.
Huh?
It's a lot, yeah.
No, I'm just saying that, they're both together, aren't they?
Thank you.
Yeah.
The rest of the general fund and toll bridge and a couple other miscellaneous funds. It's worse than it looks. It's not as bad as it looks, I'm sorry. There you go. Yes, so is she, no, she's good.
This is gonna cut 15 minutes off yours.
I'll introduce her. I was gonna say,
starts at 9:30. I have to check. So whatever time exists between when she finishes and 10 o'clock, I get to use, right?
You get what?
I get to use that time.
Darius just loves public works. You know, nothing gets his eyes to light up like a good sewer project. His wife just wants to go on vacation, but he keeps her taking her to see aqueducts and shit.
Oops.
Wow.
Oops.
That's okay. I'm gonna get fined by PBS, FCC.
Hey, put $5 in the jar.
I don't know if this meeting's rated PG-13 or not. Yeah.
I'm good. I'm all set.
Oh, okay, I was waiting
Okay.
for you. All right, Teresa, for, gonna do general fund, then we're gonna go into toll bridge after that?
No, we're doing toll bridge first.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No.
Oh, boy. Okay.
Okay. So my packet includes a little variety of everything. The toll bridge, a couple other, special revenue funds that are my responsibility, and then the remainder of the departments in the general fund. So actually, the first page is a fund that actually doesn't necessarily require budget. It's one of our debt funds. It's the debt fund that held the activity for the sewer bonds and the judgment bond. So I do prepare a budget for this, and this year is particularly important because the sewer bonds were paid off in October of '24. We have one remaining payment on the judgment bond, which is due April 1st of this year. So we currently have approximately $1,286,000 in cash. If you go down to the principal payments and the interest payments, it's $586,000. That leaves us $700,000. So over the course of 20-some years, with the different phases in the sewer bonds, we collected a little too much. So I consulted with our bond counsel, and the way that that's handled is those were unlimited tax obligation bonds, and the only other unlimited tax obligation bonds that we have currently in the township are the toll bridge bonds. So that money is going to be transferred to the toll bridge once we make that payment, and then when I get to the toll bridge, it'll show a reduction in, just for 1 year, the property tax assessment being lower. So that was why I started with this, so that makes a little bit more sense, hopefully. Any questions? Okay. So starting on page 2 is the toll bridge budget, and I also have Maureen Farrell here, who's the operations manager at the toll bridge, to help me out if there's any questions that I can't answer, she would be better answering. And she also assisted me with doing the updated budgets. As you can see overall, there's changes in pretty much every line item. We had limited information when I did the first budget. I do have a amended budget that'll be included in during the March 23rd board meeting. But we discussed the revenue and how that's going to change. And also, this toll bridge budget assumes the toll bridge will be open the entire fiscal year. Is it likely to? Probably not. Could it possibly? Yes, because in a period of 2 or 3 weeks, I had a date of it's closing in May, it's closing in January. I don't know. So the worst that will be is if it closes earlier, everything will change drastically, but we're not under budgeting. So that's the approach we're taking at this point, depending on when the bonds are sold and when the bridge actually closes, then I'll do an amended budget. So we made adjustments to the revenue based on the fact that we're not going to have a free bridge closure during this fiscal year. So that's the change between the bridge cash fares and the AVI tag revenue. The transfer in of $700,000, that's the money that's going to come in from the debt fund, from the the funds that we have remaining. And if you go back up to the first line for the property taxes, the property tax revenue will be about half of what it was this year. So it's budgeted at $653,000 because we have to use that $700,000 in the current year. That's coming from the extra funds we had in the debt fund. Also, for prior year resources, that line item was specifically for using what we were using from the bond proceeds from last year to pay for the engineering costs. The engineering costs came in significantly lower. It's a total of approximately $3.6 million. I'm going to try and confirm how far along they are at this point. But right now it's split. Half the cost is in this current year, and the remainder is in next year. So that number drops significantly. Major changes in the salaries and benefits, because the only employee that we have right now, full-time employee, is Maureen, and she has a part-time assistant, and that's in the part-time temporary salary line. Credit card fees, third line from the bottom, they're significantly higher than what we had anticipated. So as long as we're open, those are going to continue. Any questions on this first page for the toll bridge?
I have one.
Uh-huh.
So you have so many moving pieces and everything isn't nailed down yet, but so did the Bridge Commission as a whole kind of go through this line by line?
Oh, yes,
or-
yeah, I should have said that first.
Okay.
At the last Toll Bridge Commission meeting, the Toll Bridge reviewed the amended budget for this year, which led into this budget as well.
Okay,
So-
thank you.
And the chair of the Toll Bridge Commission was at the budget meeting last week by phone. And I had a meeting today with one of the other commissioners to go over this budget as well in a little bit more detail.
Okay, I only asked because,
Yep.
again, like you said, you're just taking your best guess on some of it.
Some of them, yes. We have this is a little bit better best guess, I think, than a year ago. But again, not knowing the timing of everything, as we get closer to doing the upgrades, it still makes it a little difficult, but that's why they make amendments.
Okay.
So,
Teresa, can I ask a question? I know I've asked this before, but for the credit card, that's the 3%
yes.
that they add on, and we're not passing that expense on to the users.
We've kept the bridge fares the same as what they were under the prior owner. I am not sure if he built in that cost. $1 more, yes.
So we're charging $1 more to use a credit card? Okay.
Yes.
And so this is, we show that as income, and then, in other words,
It's in the, either the bridge, the AVI tag revenue.
okay.
That's, we charge, it's one fee, and that's all of that's put in revenue.
Okay, so the total of 129,000 is offset by the fee that we charge?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Yep,
The other question I had is on the 700,000,
yep,
sorry.
that's okay.
Is there any, that has to be used to offset tax dollars in the year that you move it over?
Yes, yes, it has to be used immediately, because basically, those other millages, we collected too much. And because we have these other unlimited tax bonds, that's what it has to be, that's what it's used for, and we have to do it immediately.
And that, the money was for the bond money was for the DPS? There's no way, since I'm the liaison for DPS, we can use that?
Thank you. Yeah, but, no, we did confirm with Pat, it's about the debt type is the reason that it's gotta go to the toll bridge. So DPS does have debt, but it's limited debt, it's not unlimited debt. The only other unlimited debt we have is the toll bridge, so.
Okay.
I'd like to ask a quick
Thank
question. If I'm understanding this correctly, this money will go into the treasury or the balance sheet of the bridge. And it'll have gotten a little bonus unexpected.
Yes, but it just offsets, it reduces the millage the taxpayers would pay, so it does.
Sure.
Yeah, but in essence, the taxpayers had already paid that. It's taking those funds and then crediting it against the current expense.
Got it.
Continuing with the expenses on page 3, the biggest changes for this would probably make more sense if we had the amended budget first in this case, because there were so many changes with this, but the staffing contract is based on the Wallman contract amount plus 5% for any adjustments they have to make every month for changes in staffing. The bridge operation and maintenance contract, that was changed to 0 because we put that out for bid and we didn't receive any responses. So we're moving forward accordingly. The professional services, that's the same decrease that was in the prior year resources. What goes in there are all the payments to the engineer for the toll bridge upgrades. Insurance and bonds, I use the same 20% increase that I use, for the rest of the township. I really have, because these policies are so high, it's hard to tell. So, but I did apply the same percentage. Maintenance and repairs, we reduced because we're gonna be doing the upgrades. The maintenance computer software, the current year budget of $216,000, those are the monthly payments to PSX for our software for the crossings and the passes. So we've, good news is we finally got probably 99% of what we needed from them to operate effectively and to get the reports that we need on a monthly basis. So we've caught up the payments, and that's an average of expense of $18,000 a month. The other expenses operating and other expenses administration, those were line items that were used by the prior owner, but in the course of going over a year of operations, what was put in there under the Michigan Uniform Chart of Accounts, we actually have other specific accounts for those expenses, so we don't use those accounts. Property taxes has a decrease of $162,000 because after 2025, the parcels that make up the toll bridge are now exempt, so there will be no property tax payments due. The reserve for capital improvements, that's going to go towards the some of the upgrades or towards things for next year. Basically, if that was the excess of the revenue over the expenditures. Equipment purchase, we have to purchase a new Bobcat, so that's $75,000. Computer equipment purchase, they need to have replaced 2 servers, so they're $15,000 each. And then the principal and interest payments on the bonds, these are the payments that are going to be due during the next fiscal year. So the first payment is April 1st, so that'll include the $405,000 of principal and a little over $1.1 million of interest, and then the remaining interest will be due October 1st. Any questions, or Maureen wants to add anything?
I've got a quick question.
Bill has one.
The servers were $15,000 apiece. And I'm not complaining, but I'm surprised that something the size of the toll bridge needs that much money for servers. What makes them special, or something I could go down and buy somewhere and sell?
I'm not sure.
The servers are
Yeah.
a specific type of computer that are capable of handling the amount of data transfer and storing of information that comes with, the systems that they have down there.
It's probably got more data in it than I'm aware of.
More capacity than you're, probably thinking, but.
Think about it every time, Bill, you have to ping the server when you're going through that bridge. So if you're having a bridge pass, you're touching that server every time. It's calculating for you.
Well, when you put it that way, I mean, they have 4,000 traffic each way in a day, I mean, it's 8,000 vehicles or something like that.
And that's just one example. that's not the only thing. I'm just trying to give you.
I was just shocked at that price for a server, $30,000 worth of them.
Yeah, they're
Technology, it's pricey.
probably 5, 6, 7 years ago, they were closer to 9, now they're up to 15, so.
Well, Teresa, you probably got through the most painful part of it at least, right?
I hope. It's been a rough year, and thank goodness we had Maureen and her background, her expertise in what she does, and her knowledge and her relationship with the staff.
So I don't think we ever got a chance to meet. I don't know if you met everybody else, but it's nice to see you here.
So just comparing the total of the original budget from a year ago to the current budget, it's a decrease of $10 million. Now, more than half of that has to do with the engineering costs. And $600,000 has to do with not doing an operations and maintenance contract. So, but very significant difference, for sure.
How much total income does the bridge make each year? from people going across?
So for the current year, what we've projected or what the current year has been so far?
This current year and
Okay.
projected, please.
So the current year is a little over $4.1 million as of January 31st, and we collect approximately $225,000 a month. And the budgeted amount is $3,720,000 for the current year, assuming it stays open for the entire fiscal year.
Well, that is gross money, that's net money to the bridge, right? I mean, that's green.
That's gross.
Yeah,
That's gross.
yeah,
Okay, all the expenses have to come out of that number.
Correct.
yeah.
That's what
Yes.
just comes in. going
And if
over.
you recall the arrangement, just so that the taxpayer doesn't get an unrealistic view of the cash or the position of the bridge, if you recall, the way that the arrangement was, is the expenses were balanced against the millage and revenue derived from operations. So the better operations does, the less the millage is levied. You know, so we want to encourage a good, business model there to encourage a reduction in the millage amount, because the opposite would happen.
That would benefit the taxpayer.
Right.
But now, I gotta rephrase my question. We collect a buck, how much of it is done after we've paid everything off every month or for a year? If we've been in business for 6 months, double that, and we'll have a year.
So if you go down
Yeah.
to the retained earnings, the reserve for capital improvements on the second page, if you go to that, that tells you how much.
Where is that, Eric?
So it's on page 3.
$306,000. So if you're bringing in
So-
4 million, what's left is 306,000 of that
Is that a month, is that an annual fee, is that a 12-month number?
annual.
Yeah.
And that's your free cash flow after paying everything. And the bonds, can we put that towards paying the bonds off more quickly?
Not necessarily, because there are implications. The bond design sometimes prohibits your ability to pay it back sooner.
So in the next group of bonds, could we factor that in?
Not necessarily. It depends upon the type of bond that we're issuing, and there's certain benefits to issuing those type of bonds, from an interest rate standpoint. So it's probably a better question for bond counsel, but my experience has been, because we sell tax-free bonds, there are limitations on prepayment, because one of the benefits of a tax-free bond is the duration of the loan and the scheduled payback that the people that buy those bonds prefer to have. So early retirement of those bonds works counter to the interest that exists for that type of bond. So
We can look at that as we go forward.
we can get that question answered
Okay.
for you, yes.
Thank
Yep.
you.
I can answer it. I was sniffing through the paperwork at some point a while back, and it seemed to me that it's a 30-year bond, and in that period of time, the first 10 years, it can't be prepaid. That's what I remember reading, and it
Generally.
seems to me that that's consistent with what you represented.
Yeah, if you could potentially achieve the same result if you are banking cash at a greater rate than your debts require, as what happened with the sewer debt. If you have enough in the bank where you no longer need to collect the millage, in essence, you would provide that relief at a quicker rate to the taxpayer, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But could you do that during the first 10-year period if the bond stays up for previous payment?
You'd have to look at that.
What I thought I did was look at that and come up with 10 years out of for the first 10 out of the 30. I think that's what we did.
Okay?
Any more questions on the toll bridge? Okay. The next couple pages are a couple remaining special revenue funds. So the first one is the Indigent Defense Fund. That's for the 33rd District Court payments to pay for attorneys for individuals that can't afford it. So this will likely change in an amended budget at least a little bit, because we've always made contributions to the 33rd District Court because they paid the attorneys themselves. Under state law, they really can't do that. So currently, we're the funding unit for the 33rd District Court for this. And which would mean we have to make the payments. It is looking like we are probably going to be making the payments for 4 to 6 months, and then they are going to, and that is an extra, an additional burden on my staff that's already working overtime, so they are working with having another community take this over at this point.
Do we get any funding for that?
No. Which is, again.
Sounds like a scam to me.
So, actually, we became the funding unit, like right around the same time I started. It was not my decision, I'll just say.
Why would anybody want to take it from us? You know what I'm saying?
Well, there's 2 potential ones.
They said there's 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
It's gonna be taken over. We're not gonna have this.
Yeah, that's good.
But as of right now, this is still the way it is. So, the only thing that would flip is A, the total amount, because we would stop being the funding unit, and B, just a change in the account number, the difference between making the contribution to the court and paying individual attorneys. But again, this is where we're at. Not sure, nothing's been finalized yet. But I said, we would have to pay 12 attorneys per month. The attorneys change, we have to get W-9s, we have to add the vendors. I said, and we use this probably the least, potentially.
But
Maybe.
we're not funding it for them,
No,
right? We're
actually
just
what
doing
happens is
administration.
the grant money comes from the state of Michigan. It comes to us, and that's what the revenue is.
We're just using our administration to do it.
In turn, we get a bill every quarter from the 33rd District Court, and it's the, what they've paid to the attorneys during that quarter, and we pay it to them. And then I have to send them quarterly reports, and then I have to do a year-end report, I have to approve the budget for the next year.
But we get reimbursed for these payments. It's just all the administration, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
We don't get paid for what we do.
Right.
We're the middleman, like an insurance company.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
But it'll be over
Okay.
soon.
Okay.
It's gonna be,
Yeah.
I promise you that.
So, the next one is the library fund. So we are one of 4 communities that the Trenton Library serves. And so we have our property tax revenue, and then we have our share of the expenses for the Trenton Library, which is based on our 2020 census. So just a small amount of change in this fund.
Do we know what the community usage is? Do
I'm
they
sorry?
report to us how many people utilize the library?
I have a call into the librarian actually to get more information in the budget book. In total, the budget book that's going to come out on Monday with the meeting, there's statistics from 2024
Okay,
in there.
that's good.
So-
That was a question.
I think
at our
it's
budget
avidly
meeting.
used actually though,
It's already
because
looking.
there are tons of people dropping off books regularly at the drop-off. If you ask dispatch, that's where the library drop-off is for, a lot of people seem to go in and out of there for that.
Okay.
That's good.
Not that that's an accurate data point, but just saying. Seems to be a popular thing.
Observation.
Yeah.
So as the finance director, I'm a member of the library board. So we have meetings every 2 months. In fact, we have one next week, so. Okay. The remainder of the packet is the remaining departments in the general fund that have not been covered. So the first, page 6, is the revenue in the general department. And actually, this wasn't covered or pointed out when Chief Rozak was talking about the police department. But when I was doing this budget, and I know we've had a lot of discussions about the police department, it's the entire property tax revenue has always, for both the operating millages and the police millages, has always been recorded in the general department. The police millage was never recorded in the police department. And I thought, why? So I'm making that adjustment starting now. So I divided the property tax revenue based on the millage, the mills and the millage rates. So.
But for managerial, from a managerial standpoint, you could probably draw a line underneath property taxes. And this department, what she's gonna be talking about is balanced with the revenue that's derived from the other line items, other than the 2.483 million. Correct? Okay.
And the other property tax, the other general revenue, we are continuing to see small decreases in the franchise fee revenue. The local community stabilization share, it's a grant from the state of Michigan. We've got 18,000, I budgeted 18,000 last year based on what we had received, and so far we've received $119. So I just set it back to 0. The state shared revenue, there's a decrease. So this budget shows this report shows a decrease of 48,000 in the state shared revenue. And that's comparing last year's budget to this year's budget. Our actual for this year is a little bit higher. And so based on what we're actually receiving this year and what it will be, that's a difference of just under $14,000.
This point that you're making here, was it similar that we got less money from the state this year or the previous year? Do we have a spot where the state is giving us less money?
Yes. It's less this year.
Is there a trend that, do we have to plan for this kind of thing, do you think?
The rule of thumb is when the state does well, we do better. When the state does worse, we do worse. So, and a lot of this is based upon sales tax. So the reason you saw a reduction this year was because of the modification of the sales tax dollars, where sales tax collections on fuel, sales tax at the pump, got diverted to roads. And as a result, the revenue that was available to pay revenue sharing went down because of that. So we saw a reduction primarily from that. But it's all based upon sales tax. So, yep.
I thought it was even higher than the 48. I thought it was like 56 or something that,
Yeah.
yeah.
I have to look at the report.
Okay.
I have.
And
it
I'm
wasn't
not,
much,
I mean,
yeah.
obviously we know I'm pretty sure it's even more than
So
48.
just,
but-
it's based on what we're actually receiving. The
Right.
difference is lower than what this difference is, but this is comparing what I originally budgeted
Okay.
to what what we're getting for
Yeah.
the next fiscal year.
I mean, I think it was closer to 60.
the sale of, a little less in interest income, and the sale of property. So during the current year, we sold the vacant property on West River. The sale of the Dallas property is in process, but it will not close until after March 31st. So that's estimated to be $270,000. And then prior year resources, I have 19,000 because I have, later on you'll see I have severance pay to pay out. One of my staff is retiring in June, and we have a specific assigned fund balance for severance pay in the general fund. So page 7 is the 33rd District Court, and this is for the normal caseload. It's based on our allocated share of their budget, and it's offset by what they collect for the township. So the ratio of what we have to pay out is much greater than what's coming in. So we're only getting, right now, we're only trending at getting about 60% of what we actually have to pay out. And our portion that we are paying is currently 2.64% of their total. So it's a pretty small piece, but we don't have the revenue to offset it.
I think that's something to point out to residents too, is that there seems to be this misunderstanding that, you make money on tickets, you make money, you don't. You end up actually losing money.
Yeah.
And to your point, you end up not just losing it, owing it.
Right, right. So every month we get a statement from the court for this, and we are paying them every month.
Right.
The difference between the two. Okay, the next department is the Township Board. So our general expenses for the board, plus it's the salaries for the 4 trustees. Downriver Guidance Clinic, I obviously missed putting it's $1,200 that the township has paid for many years to the guidance center. And for some reason, I missed putting it in last year's budget. So otherwise, it would be the same. The Michigan Township Association, the increase of $1,900 is there's been requests to purchase their unlimited online training. So that's in the current budget.
Can we understand that though again, I'm not adverse to training at all. What I'm concerned about is how much training have we, people taken previously, and then compare it to the 1,900, and are we gonna get our value out of the 19 is all my concern is. Because it's not small money. I mean, I guess in the grand scheme of things it is, but.
Well, for example, I know me personally, there's a few different videos I wanted to watch. I didn't have access to because we didn't have this particular package. So I think as time goes on, more people get onto the township, MTA website and view some of the things that are pertinent to whatever their commission might be or whatever the department might be. I believe it would be cost effective, but there's something we can track. As you mentioned in some of the emails going back and forth, we can track that. And if it turns out to be that we're not getting our value, I guess if you want money to work, then we discontinue it.
Yeah, I guess I'm curious, how much are these, can you buy them separately? That's my question.
Right, if you do the,
I'll give you
I guess, Olive Cart program, if you will, it does cost, in the long run, it's gonna cost more. Right?
Depending
It's
on
like-
how many people are a la carting, if you will.
Yeah, depending on how you engage with it or how much you engage with it, yes.
Can we go online and see what classes they offer then, just so we can assess the value? Do we just go to their website?
Yeah, you go on the
It's-
Michigan
it's on
Township
their
Association
website,
website,
yes.
yes. And
Yeah.
all the different videos there. I know the costs were there before we had the package, so I'm certain the cost is still gonna be there, so you can see what it would have cost, but. But yeah, anyways, it is on the Michigan Township Association website.
Okay.
I did a little bit of research. May I? Mm-hmm. I did a little bit of research on this. In November, they have a Thanksgiving special where they cut the cost in half for the programs that have a fee attached. And I was just looking at the classes and programs they had for the treasurer, and just looking at those at half price, it would have cost $4,000 to look at all the treasurer's items. They have classes for the clerk, they have classes for treasurer, supervisor, trustees, communications commissions, what else? A variety of classes.
Virtually anything to do with the township
Anything that
operations.
has, yes. And I just thought that the value, the other part of it is too, everybody in the township, employees, volunteers, committees, commissions, they all have access to this. So if they have any questions or concerns or would like to take a class, if we could communicate that to them and they could sign up. And I did check, and some of the people that have used it in the past, Julie Cordes was on the list, Mr. Schweikert, just a variety of township employees have been included on that list. So, thank you.
So, just comparing that, under conferences and workshops for the current year, we're at 3,000, and this is just for the 4 trustees, is $3,800 this year, and that was physically going to a conference. It's the conference, the hotel, whatever meals, parking, and things. Sometimes, and then it's my own experience as well, sometimes when you have the option to do online, you do more. You don't have to worry about the weather, you don't have to worry about, everything you have going on. So I don't know the usage of that, I don't know, we'd have to potentially give it a year. Then I would get the information from the Michigan Township Association, and then we can we could reevaluate it in a year, potentially.
I think that sounds like a very good idea. And a number of the classes that do have a cost associated with them are videotapes of conferences. And if you don't go to the conference, there is a saving to the taxpayer. So, thank you.
So,
My biggest concern with that is I just wanted to wait until it went through the normal budgeting process, but I'll get online and look. I think there probably are valuable classes. And I do have a question before you move on from this page, but I don't want to cut anybody off if there's more comments on that.
No, we're done with that.
Okay. Hey, why do we contribute to the Downriver Guidance Clinic? I was just curious. Who's that?
it is voluntary. It is something that the township has done. I personally am not aware of if we get anything back.
They do present us with reports about the number of residents that utilize their services. And it's mental health, it's senior services. There's a lot of different, things that they provide to their community members. I don't think they would turn away any resident that went there for services if we didn't make a contribution, but I think that's how they function and how they maintain the services they provide is by, contributions.
A contribution. Have we been doing the same amount for years, or
That's been
do
pretty
we ever want to look at increasing that, or like a cost of living increase, or?
I think they generally ask for the amount.
Oh, they
I don't
do?
think that it's
Okay.
been, something that we've just came to that that amount, so.
Okay, okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
I do get an invoice, so to speak, for them.
Okay.
And it does say it's voluntary. Once we make the payment, I get a certificate that's actually in my, I have it displayed in my office.
Okay.
I could actually probably display it elsewhere. It just comes to me, so.
I was just wondering if it was like a EAP program
yeah.
for staff for that, but
Yeah.
this makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'd like to throw a question out of this. Derek, if I understood you correctly, I think I saw $1,200 in there. We make a contribution of $1,200 as a community. Somebody here who might have need of financial assistance or medical care, whatever benefits they provide, might have a higher likelihood of getting through the gate there. This would be like a key to help them prosper. Because everybody who's got more limited income. Am I making any sense there?
Yeah, I don't think our contribution increases the likelihood that they're gonna receive services there. I think our contribution ensures that the organization exists so that the services are available. Otherwise, they might not be able to provide services to anybody.
My personal experience, just as an aside, and I can't remember the reason or how long it was ago, it was decades. I had reason to be down there viewing what those people were doing. And for what's put into it, what they get out of it is significant.
It's been a couple of years since they've come and made a presentation at the Township Board meeting. Maybe it'd be wise to have them come and speak to you about the services that are provided, not just to you, but to the residents. But I do recall thinking, wow, I can't believe the level of usage that our residents, are partaking in over there. It wasn't a minor number. It was fairly.
Close your mind if you're not.
Yeah, yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Is the Senior Alliance a similar item?
Yep. And SEMCOG, and I know we get reports and information from them.
What does the Senior Alliance, who do they have people that reach out to them?
So they do taxes for seniors. They help them through Medicaid or Medicare enrollment, Social Security issues.
Counseling of that
counseling,
kind.
Yep.
They help out in that area.
Estate planning, I think, stuff like that.
Yeah.
All right, I slowed us down. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Go.
That's
Go.
okay. Okay, moving on to page 9 is the department for the township supervisor, and it had an increase of $4. Everything stayed the same. The only thing was
We gave Joe
workers'
a raise
comp,
of
was
$4.
workers' comp went up.
$4. I say we take $4.
There's 5 right now. Call it even.
I don't have any change.
Buy us a beer.
Yeah.
Page 10 is the township manager. The salaries and benefits are, the increases that were township-wide. And the most significant increase was in labor relations. We moved it from 20,000 to 30,000 because with the potential for the extension of the POAM contract, that means a year from now, we're going to be negotiating 2 contracts.
But what is the cost for? Is it for legal or?
It's for legal.
Oh, yeah.
Legal?
Yep.
Yeah, so all labor relations costs for contracts and stuff go into this account.
Okay.
So this department had an increase of 13,387, and 10,000 of that was because of the attorney fees. Page 11 is the finance department. So we have a little more increases than we normally would because my accounts payable payroll specialist is retiring on June 30th after 25 wonderful years here. So the plan is she is actually quite overworked. And our plan is to look at the responsibilities in Township Hall, try and reallocate some, focus on hiring someone that's got payroll experience, and see how, because that job is not full-time. What's more full-time is actually run accounts payable. So we're looking at doing some different things, but still need a replacement. And the plan is to try and have that replacement in place at least a couple months before Karen retires. So there's some additional wages. Her estimated severance pay is the 19,000.
What is that? Is that like vacation pay in lieu of
That's a
or
payout
something?
of her vacation and sick time when
Okay.
she retires.
Okay.
The retirement actually decreased, even though because of the class she's in with MERS, continue to have to pay retirement, but those are based on lump sum amounts when they do the actuarial calculations. But once she retires, she's gonna move, those costs are gonna move to a different department that we'll get to later. So that's why there's the $12,000 decrease. So overall, for the current year, there's an increase of $36,775. So most of it has to do with the retirement and then replacement in that position. Page 12 is the Board of Review for the assessor. No change there. Just one item, the stipend they get paid. Page 13 is the treasurer's office. So the salary for the board treasurer is in here. The full-time salary is made up of our cashier and our individual that's the deputy treasurer / my finance assistant. The regular changes through there. So the conferences and workshops, I had originally, if you look at the current budget of $200, we missed increasing that for having a new treasurer on the board a year ago. So we had a conversation earlier in the year and we agreed to increase it. However, I'm not sure that we need that increase if we're using the unlimited online training. So I need some input.
What is it again?
I'm sorry?
I don't understand. What is it again for the
So
treasurer?
it's for conferences and workshops for anyone in the treasurer's department, which is Mr. Flavin, it's our cashier and our deputy treasurer. Typically, our cashier doesn't have, she could potentially, but doesn't really have conferences and workshops. Occasionally, the deputy treasurer does, and then it's for the board treasurer.
Okay. So
The increase in, this should have increased a year ago because the board treasurer was new. Missed that. So I had notes to make sure I increase it. I did, but then we ended up discussing the MTA online training, so is the $2,500 still an acceptable figure, good figure?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
So that's the salaries and for the cashier and the finance assistant, and then the
So are you looking back up at the salaries, or?
I don't know, it says treasurer?
Yes, so that's the department, so that's the treasurer's office.
Okay.
Yep, so that's made up of the board treasurer, the cashier, and the deputy treasurer.
So the elected official is the treasurer, and then salaries full-time are 2 clerical.
But you said there wasn't somebody there last year. What spot was that? Or
No,
somebody was
so
new?
that was if you go down to the conferences and workshops line,
Uh-huh.
and last year's budget was $200. That should have been increased last year because the board, like everybody else, the board treasurer was new. It got missed.
Did the 200 get used?
I'm sorry?
Was the 200 used?
As of this point, no.
Here's the question. The treasurer's office you have $2,500 in there, should the treasurer want to go to a conference. And because the MTA supports everybody in the township, it should come out of the general fund, not out of the treasurer's
It's not.
balance. Well, why are we discussing this
So the
then?
MTA is in the township board department.
Right,
Yeah.
then why are we discussing changing this?
We're just trying to understand
I'm bringing up the situation because at the time we had the discussion about changing this, we didn't have the discussion about, and this was earlier in the year, we didn't have the discussion about the unlimited training with MTA. If we still need it, that's fine. I'm just pointing out that now we've added the MTA.
Do we still need
Are we still
2,500
keeping the
additional is
the
what she's getting at?
2,500? Because
So
we do
what I'm
have,
asking
we do
is-
have a budget for conferences and workshops for the board, and for the clerk, for everybody.
So everybody's should be charged an equivalent amount.
If
Okay.
they're going to use it, I mean, that's why I'm asking. If the 200 didn't get used for anything last year and it sat there, now we're gonna put 2,500 into there plus the 1,900 for MTA. That's a lot of money if we're not going to use it, is all I'm getting at.
I promise that I will go to something and use that money.
Oh,
I don't think $2,500 is really I realize it's not a significant amount of money, given how big our
No.
budget is. It's practically a rounding error.
well, though it might be, I'm sure a resident might debate that with you, but yes, I get your point.
I'm going to go to a conference and learn all about how to do a communication commission. So I'd like that money left in there.
Well, then you might as well not even bother with that then.
So we made it this far before you try to bait Margaret. That's gotta stop.
Hold on,
That's
hold on.
gotta stop.
Hold on.
We're just trying to ask questions to understand, like, is this amount also for the board?
It's a very
And
valid
the other
question.
ones, that's all.
1,900 plus 2,500, if the 200 didn't get used, that's just a valid question.
I think
And if
this
you're
is,
going
I
to
think
use it,
this
that's
is, I
fine.
think this is a political question. I don't know why you brought it up. I think it's an unfair question to put me on the spot
I wasn't
regarding
putting you
this.
on the
I feel
spot.
that way. I feel like I'm being put on the spot, and I made a suggestion that benefits the whole township using the MTA and spending extra money for that. I feel that this question puts me on the spot, and I don't feel that's fair.
All right, let's-
If you want, please, I'm going to say that if you want to ask every other elected official or trustee, if they want to remove money from their budget, that's fine. But I don't think it's fair.
But I did ask that. Is the 2,500 also in a different bucket for the, like, trustees and for Joe?
Well, they have I have to look, so like in the the township board, which is the 4 trustees. Currently, there's $4,000, it was 3,000. We spent almost 4, so I increased it to 4, so that's the equivalent of $1,000 per person.
And is that the, like, online courses plus if one of us goes?
No, it's whatever, we don't currently have the online training right now.
I think Teresa's point was if there's additional money to make online training unlimited, is there a chance you would use the online more, which would
Versus
mean
the
you would
other.
use the
Correct.
on-site less?
But I
Right.
was just wondering the total amount for training. I know it's in different buckets.
It is, yeah.
So what's the total for training, whether it's trustees or treasurer or supervisor?
I'd have to run a report.
I think if anybody on this board or any member of a commission wants to attend a conference and it's a reasonable, right, it's not in Hawaii or Bangladesh, like, I'm sure the township can, send you.
I'd support sending some people to Bangladesh.
Yeah, see, that's not even funny. That's not even funny.
All right,
I need to
Teresa,
excuse
let's
myself
move
for
on.
a second, I'm sorry. I gotta use
I'm gonna just say that
Absolutely.
right now, let's move on. We can talk about this later.
So page 14 is the assessing department, which is the assistant assessor's salary and benefits. Overall, just a $2,000 increase.
Wait a minute.
Page 15 is grounds and maintenance for Township Hall. We had an overall decrease of about 17,000. We've, with the HVAC system replacement a year ago or so, our maintenance has been less, and we've been tracking less, and discussed it with township manager as well. Page
16.
Page 16 are the professional services. So the professional services includes the payments to Raymond for the compensation study. So one thing looking at what they've done in their schedule, I think they're still in phase 1. We've had to pay half at the beginning, and then they get so far and we have to pay a quarter, and then we pay a quarter at the end. So the assumption is that the other half will be paid in the next fiscal year, and the remainder of the 40,000 is the subscription fee for the ClearGov software. The auditing fees, they kept the budget the same at 45,000. The consultant financial just increased slightly. The engineering special fees and the last two accounts, legal fees special and planning fees, those were in the budget when I started. I have yet to use them, so we can use the money obviously elsewhere, so I zeroed those out. Legal fees in this department, these are for general legal fees, but I decreased it 20,000 because the attorney is actually, when they do the billing, they separates it by department. So I've been increasing the legal fees in the other departments, and so we were able to decrease it here. So overall, a decrease of $21,300 in this department. Page 17, the general expenditures. This is where the general fund retiree benefits are recorded. So there's the retirement of 53,000, increase of 53,000. So it's that's with moving Karen. And there was an adjustment for one other person. The insurance for the general fund is here, so that's an increase of 22,000. So overall in this department, there was an increase of $83,000, mainly due to those two line items. So that's the remainder of the general fund. So the rest of your packet is the entire general fund put together. So I'm not going to go through all 12 pages, but you've had several people give you pieces and parts of the general fund. This is the everything for the general fund. So currently, we have excess revenue of $205,552. So we had two pretty significant one-time items in the budget. The proceeds from the sale of the Dallas property and the purchase of the election equipment. If you took those out, we would be pretty close to break even. We would have excess revenue of about $36,000.
But Teresa, school me a little bit. We can't have excess revenue, right? Like. it
Well,
has to-
with the general fund, I tend not to do what all the other departments do and show a balanced budget. So when they have additional money, they put it in reserve for capital improvements.
Oh, so they have the
Because
same
our
thing.
focus and what we look at in the general fund, I think it's important to see that number.
Okay,
Oh.
okay, that makes sense.
So, I mean, we didn't do it this current year. So I currently use the same approach for this year.
Okay.
So you can see, we do have a balanced budget, and whatever excess that we have will go back into our fund balance, and if we need it for, special projects or whatever going forward.
Okay,
For shortfalls in subsequent
Yeah,
years.
yeah,
okay, that makes sense.
okay. Are there any questions?
I had one other question, back to the conferences and workshops in the treasurer's office. Do any of the treasurer's employees want to go to any conferences or that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of, they haven't brought it up. There's been, county conferences for the deputy treasurer to go to. I don't think they happen every year, but she's requested to go, and I always honor any request for
And that-
going
would
to a
that come out of
conference. The
that-
cashier hasn't, so,
So if we took $1,000 out of that account,
I'm sorry, how much?
if we took out $1,000 out of the conferences and workshops, would that still leave enough money for somebody to go to something in the treasurer's office? Okay.
Yes.
Can we do that then?
So you
Subtract.
make that, so
take-
1,000?
Yeah,
Okay.
just make it 1,500?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Yep, so next and last but not least is DPS.
We'll try to make it as quick and as painless as possible.
8 minutes for aqueducts.
There's multiple copies.
Hey, Teresa.
I'm teasing you.
Teresa.
Hold your shoulder.
She didn't hear me. Hey, Teresa. I just wanted to thank you. You did a really good job, plus all the crazy stuff you had to do to bring it all together, so,
Thank you.
thank you.
The DPS has a number of accounts underneath it, a couple of different divisions, so we'll be going through, I think, about 6 of them. Like I said, I'll try to make it as quick as possible and highlight the key changes from one fiscal year to the next. Starting on page 1, open space. Open space has some fund balance that it will be using to fund its endeavors for the next fiscal year. It does not currently have an active millage. They have a tendency to spend right around $55,000 per year for maintenance of trails, cutting of trees, things of that sort. So in the next fiscal year, they're going to be utilizing in this budget $60,000 from fund balance to cover those ongoing annual expenditures. They have right around $120,000, I believe, in the bank. So a portion of that is for land acquisition, a portion of that is for maintenance. So it all wouldn't be available for the maintenance activities that they encounter each year. So they probably got about a year and a half, maybe at this pace, of available funds to do the current level of work that they do. So I know that they've been talking about, you know, a small millage to be able to continue to support the work that they do. You should be aware that, you know, one of the concerns is this fund helps to support like property maintenance. We have 600 and something acres of open space. We have a lot of neighbors, you know, with that amount of property. So tree removal becomes fairly important and can be fairly expensive if we have an open space tree that is threatening a home or has fallen out of our property onto theirs. If this account wasn't available to support those costs, those dollars would have to come from somewhere. They are township properties, and we have to be good stewards of our land and a good neighbor. So without these funds, it would impact general fund. So keep that in mind for future budget years. Any questions about open space?
What's the total in open space right now?
Pardon me, the total?
The total dollars in that account?
I believe they have right around 115, but probably 25 of that or more, maybe closer to 50, was in acquisition, and then the balance was in maintenance. So they had two millages. They had an acquisition, and then they had a maintenance millage.
And is the open space looking for a millage increase?
They have been having conversations. That wouldn't be an increase. I think they were just looking for a millage that would be, I believe the talk was a millage that was representative of maybe what they had in the past for maintenance. So
at this time, they do have a millage or they don't?
they do not have a current millage. They don't have an active millage.
Thank you.
Yep. Second page is bike path. Bike path does have a current millage. They bring in about $116,000 per year, so you see that where my cursor is, slightly more than what it was last year. They do have some fund balance as well as a project that's already under contract that didn't get done this last fiscal year, and that's paving of the path on Grow and South Point, or repaving of it. So that, I think, was right around $280,000 of work. That would leave them with about a $250,000, maybe a little bit more, of capital improvement work that they could do next fiscal year, and we would just wait to hear from BPAC as far as how they would want to spend that money. But there's a placeholder in their budget to account for that type of work, and that's what you see here: 532, 741. And in addition to the 124 that they have budgeted, those funds would all be available for the work they've already been contracted to do, and then any future work for the upcoming fiscal year. Any questions with BPAC?
Hey Derek, just with the millages, so right now we're doing the budget and we're not assuming any open space millage or any, additional changes in millages. So then if we do get those granted, and we need to do something, then we would just do a budget adjustment, won't we?
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Because right now we can't project whether or not the money would be there.
Right.
We're just projecting what we know. So,
Okay,
yep.
thank you.
So budget amendment would be the way to deal with that. So that's BPAC, and that is open space. DPS is also in charge of the road improvement accounts, and this includes two different millages. One is maintenance, which is about 0.3 mils, and one is capital improvements, which I believe is about 1.4 or thereabouts. Between those two millages, the account generates about $1.4 million in the upcoming fiscal year. That's the projection you see there at my cursor. With that money, there's a variety of different work that we're planning on doing. Also a change for this year, you'll see personnel costs has been allocated to the account. So you see salaries, FICA, healthcare. There is a fair amount of DPS staff-related time that is spent doing work in this account. So it was appropriate in my professional opinion to start allocating some of that expense to that account. So that's what we've done this fiscal year. It's a minor amount. I believe it's 5% of my salary and 5% of our maintenance lead salary. So those numbers are all new this year. We have costs associated with engineering, which wasn't in there in previous years, which should have been. So any road-related work has engineering expense with it to make sure that it's done properly. We didn't have that built into the budget last year. We just accounted for it in the actual capital improvement expense. So we've created that line item and allocated funds for it for this fiscal year. Other than that, we are planning on doing about $500,000 to maybe $600,000 in concrete road work in the upcoming fiscal year. And as a matter of fact, that change order, it will be on the agenda for the board meeting on Monday. So you'll see that coming up. And then we have bond payments that are part of this budget to account for the majority of the road work that was done about 2.5 years ago when we issued this bond initially, and the millage was passed initially. So we do have scheduled additional revenue above and beyond those initial capital costs, so that the entire road capital millage, the 1.4, whatever it was, isn't just consumed by debt. You have like $300,000 to $350,000 in additional revenue above that debt, so we can have an ongoing road program and improvements every year, and that's what you see with this account. So
I missed something you said for salaries.
yes,
You probably put in like 2.5 for all the staff here.
yes, yep.
Okay. Did you put in incremental for you?
Yes,
'Cause I
all the staff has had either 2.5 or 3%. This here, it's in some of these accounts we split salaries depending upon like how much time they spend in a specific account. So what I was referencing here was 5% of a couple of people's cost have been allocated to this account, not a 5% increase. It's just 5% of their expense has been put here because it's a cost center.
And the reason I asked it is we're doing the benchmarking, and at some point, we may ask for raises for certain people.
Sure.
Is there any of that built in?
There is
to
not.
yours?
No, we have not done that in DPS. Only
So
the
it
2.5.
would just be a budget
Be a
adjustment?
budget amendment, yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Any questions?
Sorry, were you gonna say something?
No, I was to agree with what you guys are saying, I really popped in my head up.
You should always agree with me,
Any questions about roads?
my buddy.
Nope. Okay. Drainage and stormwater maintenance is also another millage funded account. I believe this is right around 0.3 mils as well. Maybe actually a little bit less than that. Not a whole lot of change from last fiscal year to this fiscal year in this account. We will be continuing to do the things that we've done in previous years, which is the drainage grant, which is roadside ditching. It's the maintenance of the various drainage systems throughout the community. So there's not a tremendous amount of change in this year's fiscal year budget, or the proposed fiscal year budget for this account.
Hey, is that from a dedicated millage?
It is from a dedicated
Okay,
millage.
so we couldn't say, take the drainage grant and divert it to some other fund?
No, you cannot.
Okay.
Can we, so what we're doing is giving free money to taxpayers.
I mean, I wouldn't put it like that.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it that way.
How would you put it?
So you're talking about the drainage grant program?
Correct.
Yeah, so we are participating in a project at their property, with tax dollars, with their contribution of their own funds as well. So, and the township receives something in return, and that's the correction of a drainage issue in an area, okay?
Well, my thought, and that people, as I've mentioned before, taxpayers have come to me and saying, why are my tax dollars being used to drain somebody else's property? And I understand what I'm thinking is maybe we could change that to a low-cost loan or a low-interest loan that they can borrow a certain amount of money at 3% and pay the loan back. That might be an alternative to, and offer a way to recoup some of the money that the taxpayer's putting out.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a consideration or desire to redesign the program, obviously work with the DPS commission, and then obviously they can take that up and work with the board to figure out what direction they want to go. Just,
one of the advantages to this, and correct me if I'm wrong, Derek, but I've been looking at this one for a few years now, is that this helps with stormwater overflow in the wastewater treatment plant and with backflow issues, right? So we have a lot of old homes and old buildings that sometimes their storm drains drain into the sewer instead of into the storm drain system, which increases, significantly our throughput during storm conditions. So by throwing in a little bit of government incentive, we can get people to detach their storm drains from their sewer systems and reduce the amount of effort the wastewater treatment plant needs to make during storm events.
Yeah, and just for the benefit of the public, the design of this is we will contribute from this millage 50% of your project cost up to a match of $5,000.
I want to
So-
make sure that was clear, Derek.
Yeah, so you're required to cover half the cost, and we will only contribute up to $5,000. In addition to that, there is a encumbrance that's placed upon your property that is actually recorded with your deed that requires you to continue to maintain into perpetuity the drainage systems that are installed on the property as part of, accepting these funds. So somebody can't just install this and walk away from it. There are requirements that are tied to the property. But to your point, if there is a desire to redesign the program, obviously, if there's an interest in doing that, that can be talked about. There's a lot of, thought, I think, went into this design. It arose out of, I think, the public's interest and the fact that, we live on this giant block of clay and we have a lot of drainage problems and they present neighbor issues and, there's nothing wrong with talking about different ways to do things.
So, to Jameson's question, have we, as a community, gone through the process of combined sewers? Is that something that?
Yeah, we don't have combined sewers, but you can end up in a situation where stormwater gets into the sanitary system, yes. Because although we have separated sewers, they're not separated all the way to the home. So, for example, you have a home that has footing drains, around your home. If it's an older home, a lot of times those are tied into the sanitary system. If you have poor drainage on your property, you have ponding water that makes it into those footing drains, it sends it to the plant. If you have a dry property where the drainage has been resolved, you don't necessarily have as high of a risk of sending that water to our plant, which ends up costing money to treat. We want to treat.
Have we tested for that problem in the community?
Absolutely, yeah.
So has most of that been resolved?
No, it hasn't.
So there are still a lot of.
Absolutely. The costs, and that's one of the reasons why the township undertook the administrative consent order project of the plant to increase the capacity, because it was more cost effective to increase the plant capacity than it was to address all of the footing drain issues that exist. That's been tried in other communities and has been very difficult. You're looking at anywhere from, $5,000 to $15,000 per home to make those disconnects, which can be fairly costly, but also very intrusive into people's properties. So we're not, out of the ordinary with regards to how the township proceeded with that, just because those are the facts. So,
thank you.
Okay.
And Derek, you had something,
Yes.
Bill?
I want to make sure you know what I'm talking about here. I've got a house, we paid $5,000 and they matched it with another $5,000, and I got the drainage. And this particular piece of conversation is the same one. I want to make sure I'm talking about the same thing.
Yeah, I think that's an accurate summary.
Having said that, every individual property has its own merits or disadvantages or challenges. And if they all contribute one at a time or at the same time for a storm event, I've read or heard on more than one occasion, perhaps a handful, where this community had to pay a $10,000 daily fine for every day it was overflowing. Now that came out of the public pocket. The same guy who's complaining about the fact that he's paying for somebody else's benefit. If you get the water so that it doesn't overflow, everybody benefits.
Yeah.
Right.
And we don't, the only people that don't qualify for this are commercial entities new house builds. You can't offset the cost of your new construction, your grading through this grant. So it's open to everybody, so everybody has an equal opportunity so long as they have a proven drainage issue. And a lot of the comments we get is, it's not that often that I can see a return on my tax dollars. Everybody pays into this drainage grant program, and everybody's probably been paying into it for a while because the millage has existed for a while. And the comments we get is, wow, it's not very often I can see some of my tax dollars come back, to me and correct an issue, So that's some of the feedback we get.
I think it's a really nice thing that you guys have put together.
Well, and I
A
can't
lot
take
of
credit
people-
for it. The program's been around since probably 2008.
But that's what I'm saying. It's a nice thing that the DPS team has put together for people.
And I do think that these programs like this are one of the reasons that the drainage millage continues to be renewed and continues to be renewed at a pretty high clip, because people see the value in it.
Well, I just want to say, and I've heard this so often, that, and I don't know who actually, I don't want to say he's complaining about this millage, but I've been out with Derek on different situations like this, and, we're not going to the multi-million-dollar homes on the water. We're going to the homes within, the subdivisions where unfortunately, we dealt with a single young lady or single woman, and not to say that, she doesn't have the money the others have, but she's just making it, and she had a terrible water problem. And some of this money was used, obviously, and again, it's only up to $5,000. I mean, there's some people who have had to pay $25,000, $30,000 for fixes, and it just kind of helps them out. And I don't see, at this point, not going against what you're saying, Kevin, I get your, and I probably have talked to the same person you're talking to. But I don't see that this is the same thing on Macomb Street for businesses that want to help their business, change the frontage a little bit, make it look nicer, and there's a grant for that. That's tax dollars going back to them too. And it's only going to the business people for that is captured in that area. But still, it's kind of the same premise. And it's nice to see that we can do something for some people that I've actually saw it, been a part of it to see exactly what it's doing for some people. And it's the same thing with Macomb Street. And the premise is the same. One is commercial, one is private. So that's all I'm going to say. Let's move on, and we can talk about that.
Let me just, what I have been told by people that have mentioned it to me is we're spending $75,000 for a matching grant program, which absolutely has benefits. The other question is, how are we prioritizing the money that we have? And would $75,000 give us half of another police officer so that we get up to 23 officers in the police department?
I understand,
That-
but the
that-
reason
that's-
behind it.
That's not really a solid argument, because these funds, unless you're talking about the township's residents' willingness to pay a millage, these funds cannot be used for a police officer. It's a dedicated millage, has to be used for these purposes, so.
Right, I'm not suggesting, what I'm saying though is, we have silos of money being spent, and we, as taxpayers in the community, has to think about, do we spend for, what is our priority? A drainage grant or another police officer on the road to protect our community? So those are the kind of unpleasant things we have to think about, and this is just one that, and there are other places we can look to see where we have to prioritize what we want as taxpayers
Right,
and
and-
as a community.
But I think also the community prioritizes by those things that they support at the ballot box, right?
Right.
I mean, if they're gonna support this, then they're telling you, and they're voting for it, they're telling you that they want it. Now, if you put two millages up at the same time and they're forced to choose at that point, that's maybe the only way you can determine which one they wanted over the other. But this continues to receive a tremendous amount of support. It continually is renewed, I believe, every 5 years is when it's usually up. So, I think that they are saying that they understand that there's value in this.
Right, and I think there is value in this too. What I'm saying is, we have to look at these things and there are other places where we could probably and possibly make choices about how much we fund certain things, and that's something that we have to look at. And not to pick on this one in particular, again, the money for to fully fund the police department we're down a person. In this next year, we'll be down a person because of budget constraints.
But I think to, no, never mind.
No,
I mean,
you had something, go ahead, James.
well, to Derek's point is the public
Everybody
has
talk.
told us how to spend their money, right?
Yeah.
They vote on these millages and they either support them or they don't, and you take it from there.
And this is something we can talk about, obviously, but this is not in the scope of what we're really here for tonight, so why don't you continue, Derek?
On to the water account. So you're gonna see in these next couple of slides, we've got water revenue, water expense, then we have sewer revenue, and then you have sewer expense, which, when I say sewer expense, it's the pipes around the island, and then the wastewater treatment plant. So sewer, the pipes around the island, and the wastewater treatment plant both derive their revenue from the sewer charges on the water bill. The sewer plant doesn't have its own revenue source. So, but I'll get into that once we get to those slides. First is revenue. First is water revenue. So the major change in the next fiscal year that's being proposed is related to this $814,000 increase in revenue and service charges. So the township's DPS department, DPS commission, just recently went through a massive reliability study and asset management plan, where we reviewed with our engineers all of the water pipes in the entire island and put together this capital improvement schedule. We are required by state law to act on that asset management plan and develop a strategy to be able to fund it and to be able to move on it, because it's a 25-year plan that the state expects us to work on. To adequately fund that plan, it would result in the need to increase rates to generate this additional $814,000. In addition to that, GLWA ends up each year raising our rates, which results in the need for additional revenue to be able to offset that water, that water rate increase. So we're what they consider to be a wholesale customer. We purchase the water from GLWA and then we retail it to our residents. So GLWA on an annual basis gives us our new rates for the upcoming fiscal year, and we incorporate any adjustments that are necessary to fund those increases in the fiscal year. And that's where you see this $189,000 on metered sales rate adjustments to fund that GLWA increase. Okay.
So what kind of percentage increase would people see on their water bill?
So it would be significant, but don't jump down my throat quite yet when I mention this to you, because I think we've got some ideas for how we're going to deal with this.
Okay.
Right now, our residents pay $24.32 per quarter per home on their water bill for their service charge. That rate would go to $74.30 per quarter to generate that additional money. $24.32 per quarter, so that's every 3 months. That's over 3 months. $74.30 would be what would be necessary to fund that additional $800,000.
So it'd be a $50 per quarter increase.
Right.
Or $200 per year.
Right. The DPS looked at it as like $15 per month is what that ends up working out to be. Okay. So that we'll go to salaries and benefits. There's not a significant change here other than moving some personnel around. Right now, we're having a retirement in the water clerk position. We had carried an additional head to train that person to replace that person when they retired. That retirement's going to occur in April. We have a similar situation in the DPS maintenance department. We'd like to do something similar, so take those dollars from that position and reallocate them into maintenance, and then backfill that position when that person retired, because they're eligible right now. So that's why you see a little bit more than just 2.5% on the salaries full time.
Derek, can we go back to the cost per month?
Yes.
I'd like to explain that more to the community, that and we've talked about this in the DPS meetings, the reason their DPS is suggesting that we increase this amount is there is an expectation by the state that we spend approximately $1 million a year to repair, replace, improve water and sewer, mostly water, right?
Yes, water and sewer, I think
Water.
is, yes, definitely.
And what has happened over years is our forefathers on the island, there has been deferred maintenance for years because you don't see it, you don't fix it as long as it works. But we're getting to the point where it no longer is working, and it becomes a fire hazard if you don't have a pipe that can push enough water through to stop somebody's house from burning down. So this is a situation where we're mandated by the state to do this, and the reason that the DPS chose this route to go was we don't have to bond to do this, so we're not paying interest rates. The user is paying for the current use.
Yeah, because the way that the plan worked out, it was about 25 million over 25 years. The issue with bonding, as the treasurer had mentioned, it aggravates the situation when you're paying interest in addition to the 25 million in principal, which just further elongates or further aggravates the situation of underfunding. So we do have the ability to pay cash if we adjust rates appropriately without paying the interest that a bond would require. So, yeah, that's very accurate what you had mentioned.
Thank you
Yep.
for explaining it further.
Thank you for explaining it further. It's
I learned it from you.
and there'll be a lot more conversation about this because I think the idea is to request the approval of the budget as it is presented to you, and then DPS have further conversations with the board before these rate adjustments, these proposed rate adjustments take place. Because I think that there's some thoughts that I'll get into later here, hopefully quickly, about how better to do this. I want to point your attention to water. So water is our cost. So we pay about 1.56 million. You see my cursor here to GLWA for water. So that's what we pay, which is going to be an anticipated increase over 1.433 million, which was the FY 25-26 budget. So this just basically accounts for the increase in cost that we experience from GLWA. Some additional areas of change. Meter replacement, we have an aging meter system, so failures consistently and continuously become more of a significant occurrence, so we need to put some additional money there. This $127,500 is for the replacement of the remaining lead service lines that we have in the community. DPS Commission wanted to make it a priority to get those resolved and all out of the system far in advance of the actual state requirement. $800,000, this is your reserve for capital improvements, which is funded through that increase in the rates. That's for the close to $1 million worth of work that we want to do annually. And the difference here is between this and $1 million is we have some bonds falling off, which we would take that revenue and put that into that account to make up that difference between 800 and $1 million. And then we have these bonds that have to be taken care of. That we'll see some reductions coming up here fairly shortly. So that is the water account side of things. Okay. Any questions there? If there aren't any questions there, want to go into sewer. So this is the secondary charge on your water bill. So we have some significant sewer work that we're doing because we received a grant from the EPA, which has some cost share associated with that, and we have a current $1.6 million contract that we're working under for sanitary sewer lining. In addition to that, we have some mandates on us from the state to do televising and cleaning and some capital improvement work at the wastewater treatment plant that we have to fund because those projects are currently ongoing. Unfortunately, to be able to fund those projects, and these are projects that are occurring in the next fiscal year, okay, keep that in mind because that's critical, it's going to result in the need for an adjustment in the sewer rate as well. So sewer rates in this budget will be proposed to be adjusted from $55.03 a quarter to $61.10. So that's a $6 a quarter adjustment. And then a rate change from $4.98 to $6.98 per 1,000 gallons. So there's an adjustment just not only on the metered sales, but also the service charge, which helps to cover the costs associated with that additional work. So in talking with the chairman, the thinking is because we have these additional costs associated with the sanitary sewer system in the upcoming fiscal year, which are already projects that are ongoing, which I'm scrolling down here because this item here is the engineering associated with that $1.6 million project. It's $330,000 or $350,000 worth of engineering cost. Also, it's this number here, $388,414 worth of work that we're doing. And then there's an additional $350,000 that's part of this $415,000. So you have close to $1 million worth of work that is going to occur just in the next fiscal year in the sewer system. That work will be completed after the next fiscal year. So the thinking is maybe we would delay the increase in the water rates because you have an increase in the sewer, and then when the sewer work is completed that requires that additional revenue from the sewer increases, you would then dial down sewer and up water, so you don't have kind of this, hit from both sides type scenario. So that, I believe, is the part of the conversation that the DPS Commission wants to have with the board, but for the purposes of the budget, and we would make the amendments and we would discuss the rate adjustments as we go along throughout the fiscal year. The thought is to propose this, to adopt this, and we will come back to you with the authorization for the rate adjustments with all the justifications. So, but we're not to that point with some of this stuff yet to anticipate that those changes to the game plan within the current budget, proposed budget.
Really consider folks on fixed income,
Absolutely,
right?
and we all pay
That's a
the
lot.
same water and sewer rates. Everybody on the commission, everybody here on the board, so
Yeah.
we're concerned about trying to ensure it's affordable. But I think you're seeing similar situations in every community in the state of Michigan because of what the treasurer had mentioned. This infrastructure, most of the stuff was put in the 30s, 40s, 50s, and when it goes in the ground, nobody pays attention to it. And you don't see, like a road, it crumbling, but it is. It's just underneath the surface, and to ensure reliable utilities, we've got to make sure that we invest in our infrastructure, because the alternative and the consequence is much more severe than, a rate adjustment. It's a catastrophic failure and a lack of service. So, but we want to do it in a smart way, right, to minimize the impact to the residents. So we'll be discussing that more with you in the upcoming, couple of months.
Derek, on that too, it always hits harder when that bill comes for 3 months instead of 1 month, and it's harder for people to budget. I mean, just to give some thought as to how they could pay that monthly.
Yeah, and we've been talking about that. Now, you can always prepay. You can always make a payment on a monthly basis. Your DTE bill, your cell phone bill, your cable bill, they all come monthly. And it's not that it costs any less, monthly versus quarterly, but it seems like it's easier to budget for that. So that was one of the conversations we were having too, is, when you start getting, $1,000 water and sewer bill, right? quarterly versus, let's just say it's broke down to $300 a month or whatever. It just seems like it's more palatable, it's easier to deal with in a household budget. And none of it's easy because it's expensive, but, we've been talking about that as well. So that's
Okay.
been on our minds too, as how best to do that, so.
Could you, do you have the percentage increases for those two items?
I don't have the percentage increases, but I do have the totals.
Okay.
So
Well,
it results in about it's about $99 difference per quarter than what we're at right now.
okay, for both.
For both those two, and then there's a small adjustment for refuse, but it's only like $2 per quarter or something like that.
And
that's at an average bill of 15 units. So that's 15,000 gallons per quarter.
because to the average person, that does feel like a tax,
Sure, yeah, yeah,
so.
understandable. So you're talking, $33 per month or something like that is what the adjustment would be if this, as proposed, was implemented, okay? This transfer out that you see here goes to the wastewater treatment plant. So as we had mentioned, or as I had mentioned earlier, we generate revenue for water sales or, for your water bill, we generate revenue through sewer sales, but the wastewater treatment plant doesn't have a charge on your bill, it just generates its revenue through the sewer sales. So I'm gonna skip refuse and go to wastewater treatment plant, which is here.
What page are you on?
This is page 10.
Okay.
Sewer treatment plant. So this is that money coming over from the sewer account, okay? We have an operator that operates the plant, his contract, or their contract is here, okay? We have engineering that went up quite a bit because we have certification for our ACO that we have to do. And then we have a variety of different capital improvements that we have scheduled for the fiscal year that DPS has been talking about. And I can go into the list of the different things that we're doing, but it's gonna be a lot of, technical pumps and valves and muffin monsters and stuff like that that you probably don't want to know about at 10 o'clock tonight. So, but that, we do have a list of the different items that are in there. And then we have bonds that are associated with work at the plant, okay? Any questions about the sanitary sewer or the wastewater treatment plant?
No, it's obvious that you have to do something because we'll get texts or notifications where pipes burst, out in the roads. And so, it definitely has to be fixed, but it's anything you can do to kind of go easy on the impact
Yeah.
or budget it appropriately.
Yep, and we are very aware of that. It's probably one of the number one complaints we get here is utility bills, right? And everybody's feeling it on all their utilities, gas, electric, phones, everything, right? So, and then last is refuse. So we're on page 8. On your water bill is also your refuse charge. We just do have some slight adjustments in the next fiscal year on refuse. We have a current contract. I think to be able to fund that contract, it's like a $2 adjustment per quarter to be able to meet those obligations that we have in the contract. And I think we're on contract through like 2007 or 2027. So it's an active contract.
So can you get lids for the recycling containers?
We do have
Because-
lids for the recycling containers. So
And-
just contact DPS and we can see about getting them, so.
But the people have to buy them, or how does that
We
work?
just ask that the cost is covered or whatever. So, I think it's like $8 or something like that is what we charge for them.
What is it, $8?
I think it's like $8.
You know what, I had somebody ask me to do that, and so you better get it done, because you know who asked me.
Oh, yeah, he got his lid, so he should be all set, so.
Okay.
I know I went through that kind of fast and there's a lot there. Are there any questions?
I've got a point I'd like to make rather than have a question. You can listen to this conversation tonight. And we talked about a variety of subjects. We've talked about pipes, we've talked about water treatment plants, we've talked about drainage, we've talked about utilities. They're all going up. Pensions are going to be coming at us. As I was listening to this, the thought of having a strong communications commission seemed important to me. And the reason for importance is that we're asking people to understand and accept. We're not asking them to like what's going on. we're going to have to communicate it, we're gonna have to do it on a repeated basis. Some of their points, if they're angry, could be true, but the point of the matter is the circumstance is what it is. And we didn't, as a board, this particular board, work to create all of that. We have to deal with the issues that we face. And I think keeping that in mind in the way we represent ourselves to the public, we have to stay calm, to be being best informed that we can. That's the point I'm wanting to make with this moment.
Sure, yeah, and I think an educated public is critical. You know, you want them to understand why decisions are being made and what's going into those decisions. So, you know, we never want to, you know, put this on people without giving them an explanation as to why, right? So,
But you know what, that's a good point, because you can, like, as a commission, you can start feeding information to Margaret and Brian for the newsletter. Maybe Joe would think of doing, one of his, like, Facebook posts, you know, your videos. It would be nice to get out in front of that. So we have a lot coming this year.
yep.
It needs to be done on a repeated basis. I remember listening to somebody speaking years ago. The average guy learns something after he's been told 13 times.
That's a male though.
I just asked my wife.
Females just once.
That's only the male race.
Right.
Only
My
guy-
wife says it never happens.
Yeah,
Any other questions about DPS?
no, sir.
Well, now that James is back, if you want to circle back to the Muffin Monster, I'm sure he'll be glad to hear.
Yeah.
I think we're all good.
Facebook account.
Are you all set?
I'm all set, thank you.
Thank you, Derek.
Yep.
Oh,
I'm gonna ask the bakery to start a muffin master.
monster.
Monster.
I mean, make it a
Thanks,
content
Derek.
creator.
Nice job. Thank
Could
you.
be the solution to all of our budget problems.
Hey, are we going off here?
Are they gonna be green?
We will be off in a minute.
Oh, we're not off yet.
All right, thanks, guys.